previous speakers, and I doubt whether the current speaker may rule differently. So I want to urge all of us to ensure that we are always in the chamber to be marked properly present. If there's a need on a parliamentary other responsibility, do indicate it on the leave of absence, and then we can keep the records of the House neat. Other than that, anybody, I trust you, and I know you are always punctual in this House. Others may take advantage of that and tell lies that they were in committee when they were not even in this House at all. And that was why those speakers made those rulings. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister for Defence, before you come in, Honourable Member for Abuakwa South. Honourable Member for Abuakwa South. It appears when you go to page number 13, you haven't gotten there yet, but your name has been captured as having been a member of the committee. So I think like what Aswase member was saying, you should have come here to register first and foremost before you move to the committee meeting. So that has been the established principle. So it's well noted. So let me come to Honourable Member for Bimbila.
Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that the Table Office is a very credible office. And once you have registered here, and either you went for a committee meeting or so emergency took you out of the chamber, you are so registered as being present in the House. In fact, it's not possible for people to sit here for the entire 4 or 5 hours. Someone could go to the washroom and you raise quorum here. So it is possible that some people, as I'm here, if I'm taken away by some emergency, I am still present. I came to the place.
You were marked absent.
I was marked, but
the speaker was marked
but Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 7 as you have seen,
yes,
it is the number should have been 178 present, not 177.
yes.
And if you go to page 7. Point number 20, you would understand why I'm saying that. I don't want to mention the name. So you look at it, you understand why. No, I won't mention.
The speaker was not captured.
I won't mention why. Why it should be 178.
Was not
So it is the correction. So Mr. Honorable Fujoto should correct like this. If we were to correct like that, I don't have a problem. That's why the opportunity is given for correction. So correct, Table Office should correct it to be 178 present. No 177. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we haven't gotten there yet. We are doing some corrections. But like you said, when Honourable Kwame Boja raised the issue of quorum, I think the standing orders gave us the opportunity for us to organize ourselves. That's why the 10 minutes system was there. So if you came in, went to the washroom or whatever it is, at the time you were organizing yourself, you should have been in. We have gone past that. It's a lesson for all of us to learn going forward. So let's move on. Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point that Honourable Minister for the Defence raised is very important. And the issue raised by Honourable Abuja, that we have 177, yet we are looking for quorum yesterday. Mr. Speaker, if you yourself, who sat in yesterday, was marked absent, then we have a problem. Yes. Let's make it known that the Speaker himself has been marked absent with permission, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether you give it. You are marked absent with permission. So we have a problem. Let's find a way to address it. Mr. Speaker, when I was going through the members who were present, I saw Honourable Tuferu. Honourable Tuferu wasn't here yesterday, but he was marked present. Honourable Tuferu, I said I did not see him. I did see him. Mr. Speaker, the same way Honourable Benito wasn't here yesterday. Benito was not here yesterday. Benito, you were not here yesterday. You were not here yesterday. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a problem. Let's find a way to resolve this issue. If you yourself, who sat in, could be marked absent with permission, then there's a problem.
Yes. Is it quite so? Nkoko, yes.
Yes. Page 7, number 40. I was present, but I've been marked absent. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Table, please. Now, when anybody says he was present but marked absent, I have to look at it again because I was. Anyway, honorable member for. The honorable member for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable
Deputy Leader.
Abezi, the Deputy Leader, mentioned my name as being absent yesterday, and he was very emphatic about it. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was here when the debate about quorum and everything was going on. I was here. So I'm surprised. And I signed, my name, I've signed, and I have been marked present. So why should he doubt it? Mr. Speaker, he has to withdraw.
Yes.
Because it's not on record. He has to withdraw and apologize.
Withdraw and apologize. He has to withdraw.
Withdraw and apologize.
Honorable members, let's move on. So we move to page number 8. Yes, my brother.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Page 7, item 6. Adi Teddy Safori was present yesterday, but he's marked absent. He was present. Item 6, page 7.
Page 7?
Yes,
Item
6.
Table. Please take note. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Page 7, item 12, Honorable Ajekun. Emmanuel Kojo was present yesterday, but he's been marked absent. 7, 12. 7, item 12. Page 7, item 12. Honorable, the finals half empty. Honorable Ajekun Emmanuel Kojo. He was present yesterday.
But honorable members, I don't know. So, did we take time to register? Because if you are here and we refuse to register, because personally I refuse to register, so that is why probably I was marked absent. So I believe members should take note of registering. Else you'll be marked absent, even though you were here. So we move to page 8. Page number 9. Yes, honorable member for Kitchenhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take you back to page 7. Item number 39. Honorable Comrade Onko, Doctor. Mr. Speaker, he was here yesterday, but he has been marked absent. So, table office, take note.
Honorable members, like what I'm saying, the clerk is showing me the records. All those people we are claiming they were here, they didn't register. So if you didn't register, the table cannot conjure your name as being present. So let's take note of that. If you come to Parliament and you don't register, and you are marked absent, you should take it in good faith that you refuse or you elected to be marked absent. So we move to page number 10. Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, I rose up at page 9.
Yes, Honorable Member for North.
Mr. Speaker, at page 9, item number 10, the proper standing order provision should be order 48.1, not 48.2.
Table, please. Yes, that is right. Page 10. Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. On page 10, Mr. Speaker.
Page
10.
10.
Yes, and leading to page 11. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues have been making argument that they went for committee meetings and that is why they were not marked. Mr. Speaker, take a look at paragraph 1. The meeting for the Committee on Gender started at 9:20 and ended at 1:30. The meeting for the Finance Committee started at 11:30 and finished at 1 p.m. Mr. Speaker, when you suspended the House and we came back, we eventually closed after 2 o'clock. Yes. So it is not possible that anybody here would have been caught up at the committee meeting. That is why they failed to be here on time. Mr. Speaker, in any case, only about 43 colleagues in total were in committee meetings. We needed 92 people. So let us tell the country, we cannot be hiding under this. If you come and sign. There's a reason somebody will not be here genuinely. We understand. But if you need 92 people and only 43 genuinely were not here because they are pretending that the committee is kidding.
Honorable Member, I've already said leadership is going to meet on this particular. Are you? You are making correction?
Mr. Speaker, respect alluding to
No.
Because he made mention of
Honorable Member, I'm not giving you the floor, please.
What he's saying is not
Member
accurate.
Honorable Member, please. Please, on page number 11. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso. Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Please, 11, VI, item 3, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, PhD. His position is National Security Facilitator, and I don't know what that means. National Security Facilitator, is it a designation? So I just want the right designation of Major General Emmanuel.
Very well. Probably that's the designation he himself gave. I don't know. Personally, I must confess.
Oh, you can find out. And respectfully, Mr. Speaker, the issue my honorable friend, Honorable Abraka, raised regarding the standing order 48, he said it's 1. And I'm kind of confused, and I need clarification on this. Because if you look at the standing order 48, 1 and 2, the 2 states, if at the time of sitting, a member takes notice or objection, and it continues. So item 510, it says the honorable member for Atakru, Mr. Kwame Gobbins Abuja, took notice. So I'm thinking that 2 is more applicable than the one Honorable Abraka raised. So I need clarification on that.
Honorable Member, I think he invoked the 48-1. I probably use the 48 too. So let's allow it that way. I wanted 10 minutes to organize myself. So I think Honorable Okujeto is right. So let's move to page number 12. Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the same page 11, I see Major General Emmanuel Kotia, PhD, in brackets. That is not how PhD is written in the academia. This is House of Records. The D is a capital D. Thank you.
Very well. Table, please take note. So we move to page number 12. Page 13. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, item 2 on page 13. 13, Roman.
13, yeah,
yes.
okay.
Number 2, Roman numeral 4. That is my name. The main name, so N is missing just before S. It's main name, so.
Table, you've misspelled his name, so take note of it. Yes, Honorable Okujoto.
Mr. Speaker, in that same category, item 2, II, the Honorable Peter Nochu Kotwe, Nochu should be Nortsu. I'm sure if he was here, he would have corrected it.
Very well. Table, please take note of it. We move to page number 14. And finally, page number 15. Honorable members, the rules and proceedings of the 10th sitting of the 3rd meeting of the first session held yesterday, Wednesday, November 2021, as corrected, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I believe you have the official report for Thursday, 15 July 2021. Do members have the official report? Fine. We also have the 14th July 2021. Honorable members, the other time, last week, I think I said this. The official reports are deposited at our pigeonholes. So members should make it a point to visit their pigeonholes and pick these reports. It appears members don't have, but they are lying in their pigeonholes. Anyway, we will go ahead to look into them. So we are looking at Wednesday, 14 July 2021 official report. Yes, let me hear you, member for Northton.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at column 007, the last paragraph, there is an effort to quote order 78 of our standing orders. It's been quoted wrongly, so if it can be accurately captured.
Which page?
Column 007, the last paragraph.
Okay, table, please. Yes, my brother. Which constituency, please? Asebu. Well, come again.
Atebubu Amante.
Atebubu.
Yes,
very
sir.
well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Column 68, the last paragraph of column 68, ending at column 69. The last sentence, this is because the students are eating. It was a question I asked, but if you follow the text to the last sentence, it doesn't, it's not correct. And once I don't remember exactly what I said, I think it should be expunged. If you wouldn't mind, let me read it. I would be very grateful if he could give us the timelines within which to facilitate this in order to save the situation. The full stop. This is because the students are eating. I don't think this was what I said, but I can't exactly remember what I said. So it should be expunged.
Honorable member, you cannot remember what you said.
No, okay. What I said was that this is because the students eat under trees. So it should reflect that. And not this is because the students are eating.
So how can you reconcile with what has been put up there? Because if you yourself cannot correct what you said.
It was the students, it is because the students are eating under trees. And they put the students are eating, full stop.
Honorable member,
yes, sir.
I understand the Hansa do verbatim report. So what you said is what has been transcribed there. So you should know that you yourself, you don't even recollect what you said. So let's look at it. Let's hold on. Yes, member, are you also up? Well. Honorable members, the official report of 14th July 2021 as corrected represent the true record of proceedings. Let's move to the 15th July report. July report. Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 15 July 2021 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. We now turn to item number 5 on today's order paper. Which one is first? Okay, maybe. So we will start on page 2, question number 5B.
We are starting with question number 5A. Yes. Minister of Energy is here. Yes, please. 5A.
Well. I thought we could start with seniority. Can I order the energy minister is part of us, so I wanted to treat the agric minister. Well. Minister, hold on. Let's follow the order.
We'll take you. Yes, please. We will take you. Let's finish with the energy.
Well. So let me invite Honorable Member for Nsawama Driojiri, Honorable Frank Anodompre. Honorable, Speaker, the Minister is around to answer your questions. So
Thank you, Speaker, for granting me the space. Speaker, respectfully, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy. The outcome of the contract worth about $40 million entered into by the Electrical Company of Ghana, ECG, with L&R Investment and Trading Company Limited in the year 2016 for the supply of prepaid electricity meters. Since electricity meters are on high demand in most parts of the country and the situation is generating public discomfort. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question sent to my good office related to the outcome of the contract. So I'll take that the second phase is probably a subsidiary question that may come. So I'll stick myself to it. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of that contract is noted by a letter sent by Electricity Corporation of Ghana to their contract holders, dated 9th November 2021, with reference MD something. I'll give it to the table office. Attention, towel with down. Dear Sir, contract for the supply of prepayment meters between L&R Trading Company Limited and the Electricity Company of Ghana. We refer to the above mentioned contract in our previous correspondence on same. In this connection, we wish to respectfully invite you and your legal representatives to a meeting to be held on Wednesday, 18th November 2021 at 15 hours GMT to discuss our proposals, ECG, our proposals towards the settlement of all claims and the appropriate processes for taking delivery and possession of the goods under the contract. This will include processes for physical verification to ascertain the conformity to specification and sample testing in order to determine whether the goods are of the same make and quality of meters are those provided by your client and deployed for use in the pilot project undertaken by ECG. Please note, however, that these discussions shall be held without prejudice to any of our inherent or accrued rights under the said contract and under general law, which rights are hereby duly reserved. Your cooperation in this matter is much appreciated. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the outcome of the contract between L&R and ECG as at 9th November 2021.
Very well. Honorable Member from Sawama Dredjuri, any follow-up question?
Yes, Speaker, I do have follow-ups. My first follow-up, I'd like to find out from the Minister why ECG all these while has left the said materials at the port without verification done. If the Minister can apprise this House, and particularly also to tell Ghanaians if it makes economic sense that these items are still lying unused and Ghanaians are crying for meters. Minister.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my discussion with ECG turns out that they are still interested in the meters. And that is why they have called the contract holders to come so that they can take possession of the necessary meters. We can only talk about the things that the honorable member is asking if the outcome of the contract is undesirable to any of the parties so involved. As I stand at this podium and speak, I don't think ECG themselves have come to that conclusion. And we'll have to find out from ECG if it reflects what it does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable member.
Speaker, I've you from the minister's answers, and I will advise myself accordingly. So that will be all for now. Speaker, thank you.
Very well. Yes, honorable member for.
Speaker, since the question relates to meters.
See, if I'm not. I just wanted to know your constituency. I've forgotten. No, John. I just wanted to know your constituency. I've forgotten your constituency. Yes. So you can now ask the question. You okay? Very well. Honorable Minister, you have question number 6. That stands the name of a member for Lower Menya Krobo. Honorable Ebenezer Telabi. Honorable, if you are around, the minister is here to answer your question. Where is he? Very well. He has 2 questions. We are stepping them down. Move to question number 156. That stands in the name of Dr. Sebastian Sandari, a member for Dafiama Busie Issa constituency. Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when works to extend electricity to the following communities will be completed. I, Dachia, I, Toyempare, I, Kamahegu, and IV, Banonyiru. Thank you.
Respectful Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The communities named by my honorable colleague form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing SHEP 5 rural electrification project in the Upper West region. A total of 530 high voltage poles required for the communities have been supplied and planted. High voltage installation works have been completed at the Chi, Tojiripari, and Boyiri communities. Most of the pole accessories for Kamahugu community have been supplied, but stringing is yet to commence. 285 of the required low voltage poles for the project have been supplied and planted in the Chi, Tojiripari, but Banoiri communities. Stringing of conductors have been completed in Bayuri community. LV poles for Kamehuku community and full complement of pole top-ups accessories to allow for the execution of the outstanding LV installation works in Dachi and Toyiri are yet to be supplied. The delays in the execution of the electrification project in the communities are as a result of the shortage of some key material, including stay equipment, stay wooden blocks, LV poles, etc. The ministry has taken delivery of some of these materials and will arrange for the release of same for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the Chi and Topayiri communities this year, whereas works in Kabehugu and Boyiri have been scheduled for completion by the end of first quarter 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any follow-up question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Minister in his answer said the Ministry has taken delivery of some material and equipment. I just want to know when specifically will these materials be released for work to continue in these communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my ministry will work with the consultant in charge of the company doing the stringing, and as soon as possible, send these materials. It's in high need everywhere, all around the country, so we'll do the needful. Trust me. Yeah, you can visit my office for a cup of tea, and then we can talk about that. Thank you.
Very well. Your final supplementary question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In the last paragraph, the minister has stated that the ministry expects to complete the installation works in Dachie and Toyempare this year, whereas works in Kamehego and Banonyiri have been scheduled for completion by end of first quarter 2022. Mr. Speaker, can the minister give some assurance, because people in these communities are listening, whether there's some assurance that truly by the close of this year, these two communities, Dachie and Toyempare, work would have been finished, and then the other two, Kamehego and Banonyiri, work will also be done by first quarter 2022. Just some assurance.
Minister,
for my people.
Your colleague medical doctor wants assurance. So.
My assurance is what is on the paper. I take it for certain that I'll meet with you and discuss with you so that we can quickly complete. So I hope you are assured by the paper in which I've written on. I'm standing before you as an honorable colleague. Thank you.
Honorable members, this is a specific question to the constituency, so I'm not going to pass on any supplementary question to any member. If the question is a general question, I may invite members to contribute by way of supplementary question. But if it is specific to the constituency, no supplementary question from any other person. So we move to question number 198. That stands in the name of a member for Timpani, Honorable Lydia Lamisi Akam Valiba. Honorable, your minister is around for you to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the question on the floor of this House. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities in the Timpani constituency will be connected to the national grid: Akara, Bulpielsi, Zansiribuluk, Tubom, Barbuaka, and Kubrao. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, honorable colleague. The communities mentioned as at today do not form part of any of the ongoing projects in the ministry. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in any subsequent electrification program approved by this House. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Lydia, any follow-up question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of these communities have already been wired with transformers fixed, but are not connected to the national grid. What can the Honorable Minister do to assist these communities to be connected to the main national grid, since the contract has been abrogated since 2016?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, honorable colleague. A contract abrogated, as you say, in 2016, I'm not privy to. But what I can assure you is I can work with you to see how we can include these communities in the next electrification program.
Honorable, are you okay? Or you have further supplementary question?
Yes.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, please, can I find out from you when the next phase will commence?
Minister, when?
Honorable colleague, I have admitted before you that it is not part of any of the ongoing projects, so it cannot be part of any of the phase. What I have assured you is that the next project to do with self-electrification, as we are compiling the towns and villages that we know, these communities will be made part of them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please, can Honorable Minister assure me that these communities will be part of the next phase of connection? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in my last three preceding answers to her questions, I sought to assure her that the truth of the matter is that it is not part of any of our ongoing projects, and that the next self-help electrification project, our endeavor for these communities to be part. I don't want to use the word assurance.
Very well. We move to question number 199. That stands in the name of a member for Nalugu Gambaga, Honorable Seidu Isifu. Honorable Seidu Isifu.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is on official assignment, and I have his permission to ask his question on his behalf, if I may be permitted to do so.
Hold on. I think we made a decision regards to a member who have asked question but unavoidably is not in the chamber, that you should make the speaker get to know ahead of time. I think we made this last week known to all of us. A member raised this issue. So if he has asked you to ask the question on his behalf, you should have let us know ahead of time. Anyway, you go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when rural electrification project will be extended to the following communities. 1. La Afrim, La Pabong, Labzinga, Berenzeri, Tambona, Dintigi, Namuri, and Dabari in the Northeast region.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The communities mentioned, my honorable colleague, on behalf of Seidu Isifu, do not form part of any of our ongoing projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electric grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program. Thank you.
I hope he didn't assign you to ask any supplementary question.
One question, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the Minister when he indicated they will be considered in subsequent phases. What specific timelines are there?
Yes, Honorable Minister, the timelines.
Mr. Speaker, timelines are in the gift of this House approving the laws for such projects. And as soon as it's available, this House will be provided with the details, and your support will be needed to have it pass successfully for this project to continue. So I hope as soon as possible, we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are hereby discharged. Yes, leadership, which questions are we dealing with? Is it Agric or Attorney General? Okay, honorable members, we vary the order. We move to page number 4. Page number 4. Question number 374. That stands in the name of a member for Saudi, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Dafiamapo.
Mr. Speaker, he is not in the chamber. He knew that this question was coming. At conclave, it never came up that he was going to authorize anybody else to do it. Yes, Mr. Speaker, for the time being, Dafiamapo is not in the chamber. He is not here. So now it is possible for somebody to be at committee. Oh, really? Say it for the records to capture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows that we do ask colleagues to ask questions on our behalf. We don't have any problem. If he wants to set a new rule that once the member is not in the chamber, nobody can ask a question on his behalf, that one will oblige him. And he knows the consequences. Okay, now that he's agreed that you ask, I rest my case.
The point is that Dafiamapo is not in the chamber. The learned Attorney General is here. But we don't know. But you've not told me. So who is asking the question for him? Who? You are doing it for him. Nelson Dafiamapo is not in the chamber.
Yes, honorable member for Northtown, what is it?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if it pleases you, I rise to seek your leave and permission to ask this question on behalf of the Honorable, who is at the public hearings on the Family Values Private Members Bill.
Very well, but the same remarks I made, we have to look at it again. If you know you have a question which has been advertised, and you know very well that you will not be able to make time for it, please let the speaker know ahead of time, so that it wouldn't be a situation that we are ambushing the speaker. You will go ahead anyway.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I rise to ask the Attorney General and Minister for Justice what circumstances led to the arbitral award of 15 million United States dollars against the nation in the case of Heritage Imperial Limited versus Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and Attorney General with suit number CI 34/2019.
Yeah, respectfully, Leonard Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I proceed to answer the question. Mr. Speaker, there is no arbitral award of $50 million against the Republic of Ghana, standing in the name of Heritage Imperial. Mr. Speaker, indeed, there has never been any arbitral award, and there could not have been any arbitral award. because there has never been the commencement of arbitration proceedings against the government of Ghana in respect of this subject matter. The Speaker, if the question concerns and affects judgment debt or a judgment delivered by the courts of Ghana, say that there is also no judgment debt of $50 million against the government of Ghana in the name of Heritage Imperial Company Limited. The Speaker, it is very important to state that indeed there was a commencement of a suit by the company, Heritage Imperial Company Limited, in 2017. And the Speaker, if I may briefly state the facts that occasioned the commencement of the action. The Speaker, sometime in 2017, the government of Ghana, in order to tackle the menace of illegal mining, set up an interministerial committee on illegal mining. To enforce its mandate, the committee was assisted by a task force made up of members of security forces and the Environmental Protection Agency. On 6 December 2018, the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining invaded Heritage Imperial Company Limited's mining concession and seized its equipment, machinery and monies on suspicion of being engaged in illegal mining. The Speaker, the company commenced an action in the High Court, Kumasi. After a trial, the High Court, Kumasi, on 30th July 2020, gave judgment as follows. And the Speaker quotes respectfully. The judge said, I entered judgment for the plaintiff as follows. A declaration that the invasion of the plaintiff's mining site and the seizure of its excavators and equipment is unlawful. B, recovery of the sum of $50,304,714, being the value of machinery and equipment seized from the plaintiff's site by the Interministerial Task Force on Illegal Mining. General damages of 500,000 Ghana cedis and cost of 100,000 Ghana cedis. The Speaker, the matter at that time was handled by the Office of Attorney General in the Ashanti region until judgment was delivered in July 2020. In my former capacity as Deputy Attorney General then, I was neither aware of the pendency of the suit nor responsible for the conduct of same. However, on assuming office as Attorney General and Minister for Justice, I got to know about the entry of judgment against the state in or about early July 2021. The Speaker, I inquired about the existence of the judgment, factors accounting for its entry, and I set out to undertake processes towards upsetting or overturning the judgment against the state. Indeed, I formed a view that in spite of the lapse of over 1 year since judgment had been entered, the inherent jurisdiction of the High Court itself could be invoked to consider the gross fundamental issues affecting the jurisdiction of the court, which I had observed. And on 13 July 2021, I invoked the inherent jurisdiction of the High Court, Kumasi, for an order setting aside the judgment which had been entered in July 2020. The Speaker, I'm again happy to state that on 30 July 2021, the High Court, Kumasi, appealed the application filed by my good self and set aside the judgment entered by the court over 1 year ago. There is thus no judgment debt against the government of Ghana, as contained in the question of the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I understand that an appeal has been filed by the company, but the effect still remains that there is no judgment debt against the state. At the time the question was filed, Mr. Speaker, there was indeed no judgment debt against the state. Respectfully submitted.
Very well. Thank you very much. Honorable Kujeto, I hope your mandate is finished. No, I believe he was not given that mandate to ask supplementary. I just wanted to find out. Do you have supplementary question anyway? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought when you gave me the opportunity, it was a full one. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I thank the learned Attorney General for his response. The Attorney General tells this House, first paragraph, page 30 of our order paper, which contains his response, that he did not know about this matter and that it came to his attention only after a radio program sometime in July 2021. I want to find out from the how this is possible, considering that he was part of the team, served as Deputy Attorney General, and also must have received handing over notes from his immediate boss way before July 2021. Is he saying that, first of all, there was lack of coordination and that his handing over notes were incomplete, and that is why he did not know? Because this raises serious issues. What other matters may be going on that he does not know as Attorney General? I am deeply worried about these revelations.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Indeed, my mandate as any other Deputy Minister under Article 79 of the Constitution is to assist the Minister for whom you are deputizing. Mr. Speaker, you handle duties when assigned to you by your Minister. Mr. Speaker, it therefore cannot be strange that a Deputy Minister may not be aware of any matter occurring in the ministry, especially as him is definitely not in the charge of the Deputy Minister in question. Mr. Speaker, that is the explanation for why I was not aware. I've indicated that it was not part of the matters that I was personally responsible for. Be that as it's been, it came to my attention right upon assuming duties as Attorney General, person to radio discussion. And I view that my name friend ought to, with all respect, even commend me a little for following up on the matter that I heard about on radio and taking steps to have the judgment set aside. The most important fact, as far as I'm concerned, with all respect, is that I succeeded in setting aside the judgment, and to date, the government of Ghana has received the sum of $15.3 million. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Fana, your final follow-up question.
Mr. Speaker, since you say my final, I will duly oblige. From page 31, the first paragraph, the Honorable Attorney General tells this House that he observed that there were many challenges with this case, and that the plaintiff's claim of $15.3 million was intended to deceive the court. It will appear that whoever handled this case in his office appears to have played along. Is the Honorable Attorney General telling this House that the legal officers who were in charge before he took over this matter did not serve the state diligently? And what has he done since discovering all of these problematic matters that he has raised? Has he initiated any inquiry, for example? Has he queried the officers who were in charge of this case? What has been done to prevent this from recurring? Because the state was going to lose a open amount of $15.3 million, but for his interest, his conduct, and taking action when this matter came to his attention in July following a radio program. And he must be commended for that diligence. But we must get to the bottom of the matter. How did this come about, and how did these persons manage to, as in his own words, deceive the court to initially secure this judgment of $15.3 million?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The straightforward answer to the question is that, indeed, I have undertaken an inquiry to ascertain the circumstances that resulted in the accrual of the judgment debt. There's a process that's actually been led by the Solicitor General herself, and the report will be duly delivered. The Speaker, but it is pertinent to also place on record that the mere fact that a lawyer seized with the conduct of a matter early on, had failed to observe certain infractions or procedural irregularities connected with the matter, does not in and of itself suggest negligence on the part of the lawyer. It is definitely not strange that one lawyer may be seized with the conduct of the matter concludes, and another lawyer is assigned for the pursuit of an appeal, and the second lawyer who succeeds in upsetting the judgment earlier delivered. So I do not want to believe that the mere fact that the judgment was set aside by my good self suggests lack of diligence or negligence on the part of the attorney who earlier on conducted the matter. Thank you very much.
Very well. Then we move to question number 375. The question stands the name for a member Okai Queen of Honorable Teresa Ladi Awuni. Yes, Honorable. The Attorney General is here with us. Can you put up the mic for us?
I want to use one. Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Attorney General and Minister for Justice whether his legal opinion was sought by the Ministry of Health in the transaction of the purchase of Sputnik V vaccine, and if so, when was the opinion sought?
Yes, Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the question again deserves a straightforward answer. Yes, indeed, my opinion was sought by the Ministry of Health in the matter of the purchase of the Sputnik V brand of COVID-19 vaccines by a letter dated 10th March 2021, written by, I think, the Chief Director of the Ministry. The Speaker, by a letter referenced as D4SF05, I delivered my opinion on the request by the Minister for Health, and I'm aware that a copy of the opinion is before this Honorable House, and specifically before a committee that was set up to probe the transaction in question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Teresa. Any follow-up question?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister, what was your opinion to the matter? What was your opinion?
Honorable Attorney General, if you are minded to answer the question. Yeah.
The Speaker, indeed, as I indicated, my opinion is already before this Honorable House. And it's actually the side matter of deliberations by a committee that has been set up. That's what I can say.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Teresa.
Honorable Speaker, when was the contract signed? And was this opinion sought before or after the contract had been signed?
Honorable Minister. I don't know if you are minded to answer the question, fine. Other than that, because Honorable Teresa, I don't think he signed any contract. There is the question. Honorable members, please allow me to. The question was to seek the Attorney General advice. But with respect to the contract, it is the ministry. I don't think, right? So the question is tender. You can ask another question.
Right Honorable Speaker, he agreed that his opinion was sought. I'm only asking, was it before or after the contract was signed? This is the question I'm asking.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, as I indicated earlier on, the opinion is before this Honorable House. I've made the relevant observations and comments in respect to the transaction and all that. I believe that the opinion speaks for itself with all respect. Thank you very much.
Yes. Anyway, then, if there's no other supplementary question, yes. This is a general question, so that's why I'm honorable. You may ask the question.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Honorable Attorney General inform this House if the Ministry of Health complied with the opinion he rendered to the Ministry?
Yes, Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I am aware of a truncation of the transaction by the Minister for Health. I believe that the transaction itself has been terminated or truncated, and therefore, I do not think there's a need for further compliance with my opinion. Thank you very much.
Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, this House is grateful to you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are hereby discharged. Yes, may I respectfully invite the Honorable Minister for Agriculture and yes, the Chief Whip.
Speaker, question number 5B and 250, as well as 360, all in respect of the Minister for Agric. The Minister has indicated to us that response to these specific questions are not ready yet. And I've engaged my colleague, Honorable Muntaka, on that. We are in agreement that these three questions will be distinguished out, but the rest will be answered accordingly.
Very well. So we move to question number 5C. That stands the name of a member for Kita, Kwame Gape.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member for Kita, hold on. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Available leader, what is
My
it?
question is an agent question, so they don't need to advertise the answer. So I'm not sure why we are doing C instead of B.
I heard my colleague emphasizing the point that his question is urgent. Indeed, I can see it is advertised as urgent. But I'm saying that the minister has indicated to us in leadership that these questions, inclusive of yours, the answers are not ready yet. And I mentioned 5B, 250, and 360. But all the others will be answered duly. Yes, I don't know. What's the problem?
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, a very good friend, should have just made me the point of the negotiation. Since you said Honorable Muntaka, who is not here, I am the one here. So if you said something with the chief whip from the minority and he's not here, and I'm here, you have to deal with me. So I'm telling you that what I understood was that they were the questions that were advertised. Normally, if they are not urgent questions, the answer should have been advertised. So the gentleman, my colleague, came to me and said, my Honorable Muntaka, the minister said those answers are not ready. I didn't realize that in the missing answers included the urgent questions as well, because the minister ought not publish the answer to the urgent question. But Mr. Speaker, we can make progress with our senior colleagues.
Honorable member for the let's cooperate.
Thank you.
Once the minister himself is here and is saying the answers are not ready, please. Obviously, he will come and answer the question. So let's begin with question number 5C, member for Kitab. Yes, Honorable Gapi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what measures have been put in place to curb the outbreak of bird flu in Greater Accra, Volta, and Central regions.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ghana recorded the latest outbreak of the highly pathogenic avian flu, otherwise known as bird flu, on the 7th of July 2021. Previous cases of the disease were recorded in the country in 2007, 2015, and 2018. The virulent, zoonotic, and highly pathogenic nature of the disease pose a major threat to Ghana's poultry industry and public health in general. The worst case on record was in 2015 when over 140,000 birds were destroyed within a space of 4 months. Against this background, the latest outbreak of the disease raised a lot of concerns and triggered immediate action by the ministry to create public awareness about the presence of the disease. In a press release issued by my ministry on the 16th of July 2021, measures were outlined to contain the spread of the disease. These were as follows. The Speaker, there are a total ban of importation of poultry products from neighboring countries where the outbreak had already been confirmed. A ban on movement of poultry and poultry products from affected regions. The need for prompt reporting of any suspicious movement of poultry and poultry products to the veterinary services or the police or other security services for action. And finally, strict and mandatory inspection of all poultry and poultry products in transit by the Veterinary Services Directorate of my ministry. This is to check the availability and authenticity of permits covering the movement of all poultry products. Mr. Speaker, to ensure public safety, citizens were advised to report to the nearest veterinary office any unusual deaths in domestic, commercial poultry and wild birds. Avoid at all costs the handling of dead birds with bare hands. Consume only well-cooked poultry meat and poultry products. Subsequent to the press release, the ministry intensified field surveillance in-service training of laboratory staff on diagnostic techniques, ensured biosecurity control measures on poultry farms and live bird markets, mobilized logistics such as reagents, consumable and personal protective equipment for effective diagnosis and timely response to outbreaks of the disease anywhere. The Speaker, in spite of these measures, the containment of the bird flu has been challenging due to limited budget and inadequate veterinary professionals in the ministry. As a result, Cabinet has approved a proposal by the ministry to recruit 1,100 veterinary officers through a phased approach within 3 years. In the year 2021-2022, the approval provides for the recruitment of 550 various categories of veterinary professionals, representing half of the total number, to augment the existing staff strength of the Veterinary Services Directorate. The Ministry for Food and Agriculture also secured cabinet approval for emergency funds totaling 43,984,017 cedis and 70 pesos to cover the following: compensation of affected farmers, procurement of vehicles and motorbikes for logistics, laboratory equipment, training of staff, stakeholder sensitization sessions across the country, and other operational activities. Mr. Speaker, the budget was informed by a situational report on the spread of the disease at the end of September 2021, when a total number of 261,137 birds had been destroyed across the country. At the time, 7 regions had been affected by the disease, with the potential to further spread to other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, the latest report on the bird flu indicate that 9 regions of the country have now been affected as of October 31st, 2021. This has increased the total number of birds destroyed to 341,606 from 261,137 birds as reported in the previous update. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is working around the clock to contain the spread of the bird flu in the country and mitigate the effect of the disease on the poultry industry. Achieving this objective requires the support of all, including members of this august House, and I trust that I can count on your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member for Kita, I think this is a very elaborate answer.
Yes.
Do you have any?
Yes, I have a few questions, Honorable Speaker.
So, you have?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask.
Honorable Member, do you have any supplementary question? Don't allow yourself to be intimidated. If you have supplementary question, yes. Yes, available leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker, my very good friend, the respected Deputy Majority Leader, is seriously intimidating his colleague from Keta, and can you prevail on him to allow my colleague to flow? Okay. So that is actually his MP.
Honorable Member for Kita.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want some few clarification from the Minister about the 140,000 birds that were destroyed. Were the people compensated? No, were they compensated? You mentioned an amount of money allocated. Were they compensated?
Honorable Minister, if you can explain. I guess you didn't listen carefully.
I will ask a follow-up question again.
Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that the Member of Parliament for Qatar should be asking this question, which I have comprehensively answered in my first attempt. But for his benefit, I will repeat. Mr. Speaker, I am quoting from my statement in answer to his original question to say that the ministry has secured cabinet approval for emergency funds totaling 43,984,017 cedis and 70 pesos to cover the following: compensation of affected farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. My brother, I think it's a...
Right, Honorable Speaker. You see, I just wanted to ask these few questions for clarification. The Minister made mention of the field visit. I wanted to know, are they doing active or passive surveillance in the field?
Honorable Member for Guitar, for this I wouldn't admit this question. Yes, Honorable Member, you can ask a question. This is a general question, so. Yes, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we have listened to our Honorable Minister for Agriculture, and may I ask, by what time are you going to carry out the compensation, even though the approval has been given by Cabinet? By what time, in your own estimation, are you going to help, give something to sort of the suffering farmers?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, may I call the attention of the honorable member to the fact that this is a crisis situation. This is a crisis situation. The bird flu is very deadly. So, as soon as possible, once Cabinet has approved, we're going to PPA in accordance with the laws of this country to get special dispensation so that we can roll out all the things that the money is meant for. So it's an emergency situation, and we are dealing with it in an emergency manner. Thank you.
Well. Honorable Kujetu, it's Kita who transferred the question to you. Let him come to you, Honorable Member. No, I mean, yes. What constituency?
Why East?
Why East, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. May I just seek clarification based on an answer the Minister provided? He mentioned a Cabinet approval for recruitment to be carried out over a 3-year period. Minister, you were reported 2 weeks ago as saying there has been a financial clearance. Can you reconcile the two? Is it Cabinet approval or financial clearance?
Honorable, quoted from where? Where are you taking your quote from? You said he's been quoted.
Yes. So the daily graphic of 28th October reported the minister as mentioning financial clearance. In the response today, the minister mentions Cabinet approval. This is a house of records. I'm just trying to get which is which. Is it Cabinet approval or financial clearance? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Anyway, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without Cabinet approval, you cannot get financial clearance. So once the approval of Cabinet is obtained, then the Ministry of Finance, based on that decision, gives clearance. And both have been done. So we are in the process of acquisition, procurement, and hiring of staff and all those things that I mentioned. We are right in the middle of it. Because as I said, this is an emergency situation. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Well, we move to question number 5D. Honorable Member, you are just taking a supplementary question. You can't ask more than one question. So 5D, Lejokuku, Honorable Benjamin Nati Ayiku. The Minister is here. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Agric the steps the Ministry has put in place to ensure the compliance with the stated measures to contain the outbreak of bird flu from further spread. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very similar question to the one that I just answered. The only difference is that the Member of Parliament for Keta was asking for the situation in Volta and Central Region. In this case, it is general for all throughout the country, and my answer applies equally to his question. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, can you advert your mind to his answer earlier answer? Because indeed,
Yes,
it's the same question.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, my honorable member for Peter asked specifically for Greater Accra, Volta.
So you may be allowed to ask further or a supplementary question because the answer is almost the same.
Mr. Minister, there's also a similar flu outbreak in the north, which media reports have carried health experts. The Ghana Health Service say they cannot state exactly what kind of flu it is. That's already killed some 6 people. Please, is your ministry aware of this?
Miss, I don't know whether you got the question. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. But if the honorable member for Lejokoko was attentive, I say that I said,
honorable members, take it cool. Honorable members, please.
I said that.
Honorable members, please. Take it cool. Please. No. Honorable members, Summit.
I did say that on October 31st, 2021, 9 regions of the country have been affected. So those 9 include that in the northern part of this country, the upper east region. And that answers the question. Thank you.
Very well. Please. Yes, available leader.
Right Honourable Speaker, my colleagues, I know you stopped us. Our senior colleague has been a very respected member here. We encourage him that he should have patience when he's answering questions. Members of Parliament have the right to ask ministers questions. Just be patient. And we would encourage him not to use certain words. The word he used that, Mr. Speaker, we could have, today, I had a question, but we decided that with collaboration, he can come and answer my question later. It means we are working together. The same way, when the question my colleague asked was similar to the other one, we decided that he should ask supplementary question. That is reaching out. So he should have been more magnanimous in, tolerating him instead of using the word if he was.
Available leader, well noted.
Thank you.
So we move to question number. Is it? Oh, yes. Lojokuku, I'm not cutting off.
Thank you. Because I take exception to the answer given by the minister. We were talking about bird flu, and I said there has been a flu in the north. The health experts say they cannot tell. So I was just asking him whether he's aware, and that has his ministry gone to check whether it's part of the bird flu. In any case, Mr. Speaker,
did you get the question? Honorable members, please. Honorable members, please. I even sitting here, I didn't get the question. Let us be fair to ourselves. I sitting here, I didn't get the question. Honorable member, please repeat the question.
Mr. Speaker, I said the flu that has been reported in the north and has killed 6 people. I wanted to find out from the minister for Agri whether his ministry is aware and what measures has he taken, or has he sent his men there to check whether it's part of the bird flu?
Exactly.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, I'm aware. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Okujetu, I don't know whether you have the mandate to ask the question on behalf of Nelson Dafiamapo again. Are you sure? Okay, then you may ask the question of 147.
I'm most grateful, Honorable Speaker, for your kindness. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture on behalf of Roxanne Nelson Echepami Dafiamapo, when the report on the audit commission into cocoa roads under construction will be ready, and if members can be given copies. I thank you.
Honorable, take your time. Or you should step down. That question is there. Oh, very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the audit report on the implementation of Cocoa Roads project is ready, and a copy has been served on the clerk of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the Cocoa Roads program started in the early 1980s following the massive lockup of cocoa in the countryside because of the poor conditions of roads leading to cocoa growing areas. The Department of Feeder Roads was brought in to utilize funds released by Ghana Cocoa Board through the Ministry of Finance for the implementation of the program. Due to excessive awards of contracts without the knowledge and approval of Cocoa Board, the program encountered budgetary difficulties around 2011-2012, culminating in its abandonment. In 2013, the then administration of Cocoa Board revived the program and indirectly got involved in the selection of the roads, procurement and payment of the contracts. 3 road agencies under the Ministry of Roads and Highways served as consultants. The 3 had responsibility for supervision of the projects while playing their regulatory role at the same time. To address the funding problem, a decision was taken in 2014-2015 cocoa season to commit the city equivalent of $150 million annually from cocoa proceeds to the Cocoa Roads Rehabilitation Program. The funds were lodged into a Cocoa Board Infrastructure Development Trust solely for that purpose, and this accumulated to 1.6 billion cedis over 3 consecutive seasons of 2014-15, 2015-16, and 2016-2017. Mr. Speaker, from the start of the program to the 2016-2017 crop season, the total road contracts awarded in the 3-year period was 5.1 billion. By 31st December 2016, all monies in the trust fund and returns on investment accrued from the funds from the CIDT fund, totaling 1.8 billion, had been completely disbursed. There was, however, a deficit of 3.35 billion, representing the total outstanding commitment prior to the assumption of office by the first administration of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Out of the total deficit of 3.35 billion, there were outstanding certificates valued at 800 million due road contractors some of which dated back to September 2016. This figure needed immediate attention. However, this was at a time when the 2016-17 annual syndication facility of $1.8 billion had also been fully drawn down and expended by the previous administration. Consequently, there was no money for core industry expenditure for purchases of cocoa for the rest of the season, January to September 2017, and for fertilizer and chemicals in the same season. Mr. Speaker, the preliminary examination of the outstanding certificates revealed a number of questionable commitments. Some certificates were unrelated to Cocoa Road Rehabilitation Program, while others, though related, could not be confirmed. There were commitments to a fleet of project vehicles whose whereabouts in some cases were unknown. There were also suspicious capital support expenditure, compelling the board to call for a value for money audit of the Cocoa Roads contract in March 2017. Mr. Speaker, at the time, the Public Procurement Authority had not been reconstituted. In the absence of a PPA, Cocoa Board could not procure an audit firm for the exercise and therefore resorted to the establishment of a review committee. The 5-member committee comprised 2 representatives from Cocoa Board, a representative each from the 3 recognized professional bodies related to road construction in the country, namely Ghana Institute of Engineers, Ghana Institute of Surveyors, and Association of Road Contractors of Ghana, all of who had nothing to do with any of the Cocoa Road projects. Mr. Speaker, in going about its work, the committee relied on some individual professionals to assist in field inspection and desk work. The work of the committee covered 229 road contracts spread across 7 previous regions, namely Ashanti, Eastern, Volta, Central, and the then Brongahafo, Western, and Northern regions. To date, Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board had paid the committee a total of 2.4 billion in terms of, 2.4 million cedis in terms of accountable interest of 90,610 cedis and an approval budget of 2.3 million cedis for logistics, field inspection, desk work, and report writing. Mr. Speaker, the committee produced 3 interim reports, an inception report, a final report of 570 pages. Many lessons have been learned from the reports, and they continue to guide Cocoa Board in the continuation of the roads rehabilitation program. It is important to mention, Mr. Speaker, that the work of the committee has also saved Cocoa Board unwarranted expenditure. For example, out of the 209 project vehicles that Cocoa Board was originally committed to pay, only 158 vehicles could be accounted for and paid by Cocoa Board. There was no evidence of the remaining 51 vehicles or relevant documentation to confirm any transaction. Mr. Speaker, this is a comprehensive report to the question asked. Thank you.
This is a comprehensive answer indeed. Honorable Okunyotu.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first of 3 supplementary questions relates to the first paragraph of the Honorable Minister's response. The Minister informs us that the audit report on the implementation of the Cocoa Roads is ready and a copy has been served on the Clerk of Parliament. I would want to find out from the Honorable Minister when this report became ready and if he can reconcile that with paragraph 12 of his answer at page 22, where he says that the committee produced 3 interim reports, an exception report, and then a final report. I want to know which of these reports is before the clerk. So when did these reports become available, and which of them? Is it all of these reports you have spoken to at page 12, which has been presented to the clerk? And when was it presented to the clerk?
But, Honorable Member, if the report has been submitted to the clerk, and you are asking him when will it be made available?
No, when the reports became available, when they were concluded.
Well, I don't seem to get your question.
When were the reports concluded and delivered to him as Honorable Minister? When?
Minister, if you are minded to give us the time that the report was concluded.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. I want to be very accurate in my answer, so I have to go to the office and gather that information to bring to this August House. Thank you.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, is taken from paragraph 11 of the Honorable Minister's response. He informs this Honorable House that to date, Cocoa Board has paid the committee, the review committee, a total of 2,415,569 Ghana cedis in terms of accountable interest of 90,610 and an approved budget of 2.3 million for logistics, field inspection, desk work, and report writing. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, per the terms of engagement they have with the review committee, how much will their work cost the Ghanaian taxpayer in total sums? Because your answer suggests that there are still some outstandings. You are saying to date. So, per the terms of engagement with the review committee, how much will you be paying them in total?
Minister, can you give us the figures? If not, then Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board, all the information that the Member of Parliament requires, I will have to get to Cocoa Board for them to give me the accurate information. So I will plead that I'm given the chance to go back and ask Cocoa Board the specific questions, and I'll come back with the answers. Thank you.
Very well. Your final question, please.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my final question. As you do know, Mr. Speaker, the practice of the House, and the Honourable Member is a former senior member of the House. He knows that this House relies on full disclosures. From paragraph 8 and paragraph of the Honourable Minister's response, he talks about a 5-member committee, but does not give us the names, those who make up the committee. Paragraph 9, he also talks about the committee relying on some individual professionals. We are not told who. Can he provide this House with the names of those who served, 1, on the 5-member review committee, and 2, those professionals who consulted for the review committee?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members of these committees are institutional representatives. So I have to go back to Cocoa Board for the details. Thank you.
Please, we have so many things to do today. Let me, available leader, hold on. Yes, you want to ask question?
Speaker, as you rightly observed, there are quite a number of issues to be dealt with. I want to plead if we can limit the follow-up questions so that there are motions to be taken. And this particular motion on Pan-African Parliament has been advertised for a very long time. So if members who are seated, and we limit the follow-up questions. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member for Wa East.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. In the Minister's response in paragraph 8 on page 22, he mentions that Cocoa Board could not procure an audit firm for the exercise.
May I know why? Why could Cocoa Board not procure a professional audit firm for this exercise? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Because the board of PPA had not been formed, we could not procure through the PPA the services of a qualified accounting firm. And this is why we resorted to asking the various institutional representatives to present in the committee the names of the representatives to be part of the committee which conducted this audit. That was the reason. Thank you.
The last question to the available leader, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, this side of the House is very surprised with the minister. Mr. Speaker, the minister says in paragraph 8, and he's a senior member of government and a senior member of this House in the past. He is aware that the Public Procurement Act 663/2003 and now on 4/2016 does not allow you to say that boards have not been set up. So you took a unilateral decision to procure a firm and pay millions of cedis. Mr. Speaker, can I ask the minister?
Honorable available leader, please.
Yeah, let me ask the question. Minister,
no.
Which part of the Public Procurement Act 2003, 663, or 914, gives you the right to sidestep Public Procurement Act and to put together your own team, whose name you cannot mention, and actually procure them and pay them, Mr. Speaker? Can you tell us which team? Because this House of the House will take a decision.
Honorable, take the final question.
Mr. Speaker, in answer to this question, I would like to quote the whole of paragraph 8. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, at the time, the Public Procurement Authority had not been reconstituted. In the absence,
Honorable, you have asked question.
And I'm answering.
You have to be patient.
In the absence of the PPA, the Speaker, in the absence of the PPA, Cocoa Board could not procure an audit firm for the exercise, and therefore resorted to the establishment of a review committee. The 5-member committee comprised 2 representatives from Cocoa Board, a representative each from the 3...
Minister, hold on. Honorable members, you have asked the question. The minister is answering the question. And we are talking. Oh, please. Minister, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 5-member committee comprised 2 representatives from Cocoa Board, a representative each from the 3 recognized professional bodies related to road construction in the country, namely Ghana Institute of Engineers, Ghana Institute of Surveyors, and Association of Road Contractors of Ghana, all of who had nothing to do with any of Cocoa Road's projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we move to question number 251. Question number 251, that stands the name of a member for Kwadaso, Honorable Dr. Kinsrinyako. Yeah, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker.
You are former member, and now the minister is ready to answer your question.
The legend of Kwadaso. Honorable Speaker, thanks for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture the extent of the impact of the government's agricultural policies of food production and food security in the country currently? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Minister, respectfully, before you go on, let me indulge members to allow me to extend sitting beyond 2 o'clock. It's already 2. So, members, indulge me to go beyond 2 o'clock.
Mr. Speaker, agricultural sector policies of this government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo generally aim at modernizing the sector in Ghana with a special focus on food production to enhance food security. The main strategic intervention of government for achieving this goal, planting for food and jobs, provide this for addressing challenges in the food and agricultural sector. Through the PFJ intervention, government seeks to reposition agriculture for sustainable growth and transformation. The PFJ flagship program, by design, has 5 modules, each with clearly defined objectives. The first module, the food cross module, provides support in the form of subsidized fertilizer and quality certified seeds to mainly farmers for enhanced productivity and food production. The main food crops promoted under this module in the initial few years included maize, rice, sorghum, soybean, cowpea, groundnuts, cassava, orange fresh, sweet potato, and selected local and exotic vegetables. The evidence of success of this module has been overwhelming in many respects since inception of the program in 2017. The current enrollment of nearly 1.8 million smallholder farmers of the PAJ, up from only 202,000 at its inception in 2017, is clear evidence of success. Another major positive outcome of PFJ intervention finds expression in substantial increases in food production. This is buttressed by the comparatively high national production level of cereals, grains, and legumes compared to 2016. Maize has, for instance, recorded 78% increases from 1.7 million metric tons to 3.07 million metric tons. Rice has increased by 41% from 688,000 metric tons to just below 1 million metric tons. Sorghum has gone up by 55% from 230 metric tons to 356,000 metric tons. From 230,000 metric tons to 356,000 metric tons. Soya, 46% from 143,000 to 209,000 metric tons. Granules, 33% increase from 426,000 to 566,000 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, the performance of the starches tables have been no different. For example, cassava has increased by 37% from 17 million metric tons to a whopping 24 million metric tons during the period 2016 to 2020. Mr. Speaker, the positive impact of the PFJ intervention is manifested by other factors. Among these, an increase in the export of food commodities from Ghana to neighboring countries in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, the influx of businessmen into Ghana, and the spectacle of truckloads of food items being transported across the borders speak volumes of Ghana as a food-secure country. In the year 2020, foodstuffs exported to neighboring countries reached 178,000 metric tons, compared to only 61,000 metric tons in 2016. Mr. Speaker, food availability, affordability, and accessibility are areas where undeniable impact has been felt on account of government policies through the PFJ campaign. One area of significance I wish to highlight is food availability. Using maize, the most common staple, as an example, the evidence shows that the price of this important staple has stabilized significantly over a period of 6 years, since 2015. A trend analysis from 2015 supports this assertion as reflected in the table in this report. The price range of 146 Ghana cedis to 155 Ghana cedis per bag in a period of 6 years suggests major stability in price of maize. This is directly attributable to the PFJ intervention. Mr. Speaker, the ability of Ghana to withstand the destructive force of COVID-19 pandemic and still maintain price stability not only proves our resilience, but also vindicates government for introducing policies and investments to transform agriculture in this country. Other agricultural policies being implemented through PFJ to impact food production and food security are the mechanization, greenhouse technology villages, and the rearing for food and jobs modules. The greenhouse village module introduced by the government has ensured establishment of centers in Dawinya in Greater Accra, Bodiase in Central Region, and Akumadan in Ashanti Region. These centers are designed for the production of high-value vegetables for both domestic and export markets. They also constitute training centers mainly for the youth, especially graduates interested in agricultural entrepreneurship. So far, a total of 537 students have graduated from the centers and are already in business. Those who excel have had the opportunity of benefiting from 11 months paid internship on kibbutz in Israel. This year, a total of 200 graduates are earmarked to travel to Israel. In fact, I would say that more than half of them are already there. We saw them off the last batch yesterday from Kotoka International Airport. A total of 117 graduates are already in that country, with the last batch leaving only yesterday, as I say. Mr. Speaker, another complementary model of the PFJ, which is positively impacting on food security, is the rearing for food and jobs. The key objective of this model is to improve meat production through introduction of new breeds of livestock to farmers. These include poultry, sheep, goats, pigs, and cattle. Since inception of the program in 2019, 3,500 pigs, 11,600 cockerels, 1,140 goats, 8,000 sheep, and 144,000 broilers have been distributed to farmers, and the exercise is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, the mechanization module is another policy measure aimed at ensuring food security in the country. Under the PFJ, a large number of tractors and handheld machinery have been procured and distributed to farmers. Mr. Speaker, the proliferation of AMSECs, that's the Agricultural Mechanization Centers, in farming areas has ensured ready availability of tractors for supporting farming activities throughout the country at economic cost. Together with other modules, Mr. Speaker, there is evidence that government policies in the agricultural sector has been very impactful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Member for Kada, so any follow-up question?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the Minister for Food and Agriculture for comprehensively answering this question. I'm impressed. Thank you.
Very well, thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Offensive North.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that elaborate answer. But that notwithstanding, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister spoke as part of the PFG models about a diversified agricultural economy. Will the Honorable Minister be candid enough to elaborate on the objective of your diversification agenda of the planning for food and jobs? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Since 1922, under the colonial government of Governor Gagisbeck, it was declared that Gold Coast at the time was too dependent upon cocoa for our export earnings, and that we should diversify out of that into other tree crops. Every government since then has tried to bring about a diversification. Unfortunately, the statistics will tell us that after 130 years, Ghana is still saddled with cocoa as a monocrop export economy. The Akufo-Addo government has come with a very determined program under the Planting for Food and Jobs that is called Planting for Export and Rural Development. Under this program, Mr. Speaker, the government has chosen 6 tree crops. These are rubber, mango, coffee, oil palm, coconut, cashew, and shea, to develop these to the same level as cocoa is earning as foreign exchange. Cocoa earns Ghana something like 2 billion to 2.5 billion a year. The objective, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that these selected 6 crops in the next 8 years should be earning this country, each of them, as much as cocoa. So the target is to bring the development of these 6 crops to a level that can earn this country between $2 to $2.5 billion each. We are talking about 6, including cocoa. It means that we'll be looking at export earnings of over $20 billion a year. This is being implemented in close collaboration between the Ministry of Food and Agriculture and the Ministry for Local Government and Rural Development, whereby the DCEs are the agents for the supply and distribution of the seedlings of these tree crops, tree crops to farmers. Mr. Speaker, it's been a very successful initial implementation. At the moment, we are talking about, in the last 2.5 years, the distribution of something like 25 million seedlings of these 6 crops. And the constraints have been the production of seedlings from the research institutes. So we are looking to expand their capacity to produce these seedlings for the farmers for the distribution to farmers, for them to plant in the field and to cultivate these crops. So this is a massive effort never seen before in this country in trying to diversify out of cocoa into other tree crops. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that out of that, we came to this House with the creation of an authority, Tree Crop Development Authority, which is very busily organizing itself to bring regulations to this House to guide the fixing of producer prices and quality controls and all the licensing and all those things that Cocoa Board is doing for cocoa. The Tree Crop Development Authority will be doing for the 6 selected crops. And this is the effort that is being made by the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government to diversify Ghana's agricultural economy. Thank you.
No, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, you can't ask any question again. Let him give Honorable Collins the order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister, in answering the question, has indicated to this House that a number of young men have been sent outside for training to support the program. I have read through the answer as published in the other paper. I can't find that in the answer as published. I want to find out if the Minister read the answer which is before this House or a different answer. I thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer which I've given is from my office, a copy of which was sent to the Clerk of Parliament. So if there are any changes, I'll have to look at that and make the right correction. But what I have is the same as we submitted to the Clerk of Parliament. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member for Who Central. Honourable Collins, you just a supplementary question. You can ask two questions.
Speaker, I agree with you, but because this one has to do with procedure, there's an answer which is official before us. The minister comes to the house to read something other than the one which is officially published. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It's not in it. So we just want to find out how it must be so that tomorrow when he comes, he will stick to the text as published.
Very well. We will refer you to the table. Because the minister has answered the question. He said the answers came from his office. So if there's some differences, then probably we have to check among ourselves, which is from table. So let me give the last floor to Honourable Member for Who Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. There is a preponderance of data in the minister's response as to how much yields we've got over the period. I want to find out from the minister what method, statistical method, he used to arrive at these figures. The Speaker, I'm asking because I personally have a farm. I go and harvest my cassava, bring it to the house. I don't pass through any agric office. I pound my fufu with it and take it. So are these estimates or they are real numbers? That is what I want to find out.
Good. Are they estimates or real numbers? Simple.
Yes, Honourable Member for Who Central. You want to know whether your plantain, your fufu is captured in the statistics? No, there's nowhere in the world that every bag or every grain is counted before it's become official statistic. We have what we call sampling. In every country, the USA, Russia, everywhere, you have to make scientific estimates of your production, of your agricultural production. And we use what we call sampling. If there are 1,000 farmers, if you have 5% of it, that will be the number that you follow. And the sample should be representative of the agricultural economy so that it represents what you capture. And then you go into detail. There are a number of people, Mr. Speaker, the number of officials from this ministry who go around this country collecting agricultural statistics. You will marvel at. We have over 100 markets that we have. Every day we have people collecting prices, quantities, all kinds of things. We have every 10 years, we should have had an agricultural census, which actually covers all agricultural farmers, farmers in this country, their activities and so on. That counts by the UN standards once every 10 years. But in between, we have yearly, that's how we measure estimates. We measure production. I said that before, in 2016, Ghana produced 1.7 million metric tons of maize. How did I come by that? There's a method, a scientific method that we use to measure it. And I'm saying that since the Akufo-Addo government came, that figure has risen past 3 million. In just in my trade, it's a very substantial growth. And we are heading to 6 million in the next 3 years. And I'm not joking. I'm standing in front of a very honorable house. So there are means by which we monitor our performances. And this is international standard. We apply this. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN is very much the organization which makes sure that all countries adopt the same method for measuring their production and so on. So that is the way it goes. Thank you.
Honorable, please, let's move on. available leader. I can't deny you, but please, let's
Mr. Speaker,
move on.
this is the
We
privilege
have
you
a
give.
lot.
Mr. Speaker, just a very important question, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable leader.
You give leadership this privilege all the time. Why not today, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I have just one question. On paragraph, on page 23, paragraph 5, the minister listed the increases achieved since 2016. It appears every food crop we have increased in terms of yield. Can the minister explain to Ghanaians how come we are increasing the volumes of food we are producing, yet the price of food on the market is rather as expensive as it has ever been?
Minister, please be snappy.
That is a conceptual mistake. If you study the statistics very well, and I'm going to provide you with the daily, weekly, monthly statistics for the last 10 years of all the major crops. If you study it very well, you will see that since the Akufo-Addo government came, in real terms, taking account of inflation, food prices have been falling steadily. That's a fact. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, I think my friends on the other side have educated themselves to the fact that planting for food and jobs is not working. It is working. Planting for food and jobs is working like magic. Thank you.
Yes, let's go to 252. 252. The question stands the name for member for Galu, Honorable Albert Akuka Alazuga.
Yeah, thank you.
The minister is available. He's listening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Agric this question. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Agric for Food and Agriculture when the Tamne Dam will be completed and made available for irrigation purpose. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will give an answer in 3-4 sections. I'll give a background to the Tamne Dam, the challenges that have been faced in its implementation, the progress made so far, and the way forward directly in answer to the question. If
Minister,
Mr. Speaker,
please, have you provided the answer?
Yes.
You've provided the answer. Then please, reading all of them will be taking a lot of our time. So if you can.
The last paragraph.
Yes, summarize it.
Okay, thank you. The Speaker, the questioner seeks to know when Tamne project will be released for farming activities. The Speaker, if the spillway channel is completed, granting approval of additional budget being worked out by the engineers at JIDA, the contractor can, through a third and final phase of the project, make the area being developed with irrigation canals, farm roads, culverts, and drains, a scheme office for water user association to be set up and trained with a scheme management unit to be set up and stationed on site at Tamne to start and keep the farmers on the path of irrigated agriculture within a period of 18 months from the date of commencement of the phase 3. Mr. Speaker, in the event that phase 3 is not approved for budgetary reasons or otherwise, it will take 6 months after funds are mobilized to complete a suitable spillway channel. Thereafter, in future, funds would have to be made available to complete the agricultural development component in order to use the Tamne Dam the way it was intended. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, any follow-up question?
Yeah,
the answer has been provided in this
yes,
today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So if you have any follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the opening paragraph of the Minister's answer to this question, the Minister stated the amount of the contract that was awarded, and to me, the amount is 67,270,215 cedis, 0.440. Now, may I know from the Minister how much of this amount has been so far paid to the contractor and what the balance is? Thank you.
Minister, are you aware of how much has been paid to the contractor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have the records in terms of the disbursements so far, but I don't have the figure here with me. So, Mr. Speaker, you may direct me to supply that information directly to the honorable member of Parliament for Garu, or submit it to the clerk of Parliament for onward transfer to the honorable member. Thank you.
Well, then, Honorable Minister, you are so directed to provide the figures to the clerk, and it will be forwarded to the honorable member for Garu. Yes, Honorable. Any further question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once more. Mr. Speaker, on page 26 of the Minister's answer, under the challenges facing the project, the Minister indicated that the last paragraph, he says that, Mr. Speaker, the Phase 2 contract agreement was signed on June 25, 2018 to develop the irrigable area. Mr. Speaker, may I know how much this second contract is? I also want the Minister to add that aspect for the purpose. I'm asking this because, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has indicated that there's no funds available. If you look at the whole of his answer, it's about lack of funds. And so we want to find out the previous awards, how much has been paid so far. The second aspect, that is the second phase of the contract, how much has been paid, and what the real challenge is. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I think it will fall in the previous question that the Minister is going to provide the estimates for us. So I believe the Minister is not here with those figures. So he will provide through the clerks, and you will have it.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, your final question. Your final.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the way forward, as indicated in the answer by the Minister, the Minister indicates that the spillway channel, if the spillway channel is completed, the contractor can, through a third and final phase of the project, deliver within 18 months of the commencement. May I know from the Minister when the Minister will be able to obtain funds and the source of that funds to be able to complete this project? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Minister of Finance will be reading the 2022 budget. I can assure the Member of Parliament for Garu that the funds for the second phase have been captured in this budget, which is going to be read next week. And in fact, it's not as if everything is frozen at the site. About a month and a half ago, my Chief Director, Mr. Speaker, was dispatched for the handing over of 26 brand new houses which had been built to relocate some of the villages affected by the project. So it's an ongoing project. It's not as if everything has been frozen. And I'll give all those details in my the answer that I'll submit to the clerk for the honorable member to be well informed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable member, excuse me, this is a specific constituency.
By Tamde Dam.
Come again?
My constituency is also being covered by the Tamde Dam. So if you could indulge me, just a question.
Anyway, I'll indulge you. Ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the minister's answer, page 26, under challenges. Under challenges, the minister stated that there was a problem and that 22 houses that were being affected by the construction of the dam was not catered for. But when you go to paragraph page 27, under progress, the minister has stated that 31 of the houses had been handed over. So I'm not able to reconcile the figures. Here there were 22 houses that had issues. Then in the progress there are 31 houses. So I just want the reconciliation of the difference of why there were actually 22 houses that had issues, and yet in your delivery there are 31 houses. That is where my problem is.
Minister, can you reconcile the figures?
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that it's not only 33 houses that are going to be built. It's an ongoing thing. So as and when these houses become complete, we hand them over. The 31 included houses which had not been handed over yet. Okay? And there are still construction, civil works going on as I speak to you. So that is why there is a difference. The difference is between those actually handed over and those in the process of being handed over. Thank you.
Well, this is a supplementary question, so honorable member, you cannot go on. So, honorable minister, on behalf of the House, I just want to say thank you for being with us here. I mean, you came here right in the morning through the prayers and have sat through. Of course, probably you were just trying to bring yourself to your olden days. So we are so grateful to you. You are hereby discharged. Honorable leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, our good friend, our senior colleague, offered that he was going to provide us with a list proving the prices of food products have been coming down, but you didn't tell him when he should provide that to the House.
Did he say today?
No, we just want to know when he's going to provide that. Yeah. The Honorable Okujeto's question too, he said you provide the answer, but he didn't tell us.
The minister is already discharged, so please. No, he is going to provide some of the information through the clerk. So, honorable members, we move to item number 6, statements. We have a lot of statements, but 2 of them is very crucial that I can't avoid them today. Honorable, why? Any issue?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on order 72, and with your leave, I'd like to read it. Order 72. By the indulgence of the House and leave of Mr. Speaker, a member may, at the time appointed for statements under Order 53, explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance.
Very well, go on. What is it?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, last week, Friday, on the 5th of November, precisely, I'd asked a question and it was admitted. The Minister for Roads and Transport was here to answer the question. Roads and Highways was here to answer the question. Mr. Speaker, I sought to let the Minister and government appreciate exactly the challenges that my constituents go through. There was a particular drain that I brought a picture to the House to show to the Minister of State the gravity of the problem there. And the question I remember was that it was asking the Minister what urgent steps government was going to take to solve that problem, given the fact that the rains were imminent. Mr. Speaker, as fate would have it, on that particular Friday, it rained. It wasn't even the usual heavy rains. A 7-year-old boy by name Prince Wisdom Mawina Indobisi of Peace Academy in Ashalibutwe had closed from school. 7-year-old boy. He's the only child of his mother. Mr. Speaker, they closed from school. They were going back home. He lives around the St. Peter's School around Obojo area. He went crossing that drain, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, this boy got drowned. If you know Ashalibutwe properly. So his other colleagues who were with him, who were crossing the drain, had to run back. And it's unfortunate. Eyewitness from the young ones were saying that this boy was shouting aloud, calling one of his friends that, "Jack, can you please help me?" This boy's body was found the next day at Trasacco Phase 2. If you know the distance between Ashalibutwe and Trasacco, it's quite a distance. It tells you that the speed with which this water was coming. I mean, it's a tragedy, an avoidable tragedy. My prayer and my plea to the Honorable Minister is that you should please turn his attention to the good people of Adenta constituency. This tragedy is an avoidable one. My prayer is that this is the last time we'll have to lose a life like this. I've gone to meet the family. I've met the mother. She simply cannot control her tears. That's her only child. Only God knows who this boy would have become in this country. So my prayer is that, like the minister said, that bridge is going to be captured in the 2022 budget. I would continue to plead with him. I'm happy that he's in the House today so that collectively we'll find a way of solving this problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Well. Minister, will you be minded to say a word?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I fully share the concern and the sentiments of my colleague. And he has been using in his submission, using a word that respectfully I do not even like. He has been using the word like to plead with me. So, Speaker, no colleague here should even plead with me. If there is an emergency on any road, whether the road itself or the bridge, a bridge or whatever, and it's an emergency, it has to be done. It has to be resolved. You don't have to plead with me or anybody. So it's an emergency. And Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, this is a solemn. Please, you don't have to.
I don't understand my colleagues. I am rather supporting him because he should not even plead. He should just bring it up because it has to be done. You know, particularly when it is an emergency, and in his submission, he said that even a life has been lost. It's unfortunate and it's regrettable. We should not lose any single life in our country. So it's regrettable that we lost, a life, in this matter, your constituent. So I am even supporting you that it's not even a question of using the word,
I plead. You don't have to plead with me. You must bring it to our attention, and it's a must. It's a must that it must be done. And it has been done in so many instances. It has been done in so many instances. If there is a broken bridge and it's an emergency, in our ministry, we have a program to deal with emergencies. There are so many broken bridges across the country. There are so many deteriorated stretches of roads in our country. And like I always say, it cannot be done in a day, in a week, in a month. No. But if there is a bridge in your constituency, particularly if that crossing is being used by school children, and it poses danger to our children, you are a colleague MP. You have to bring it to our attention immediately. And if some colleagues will be honest to themselves here, such situations have been given special treatment and have been done in the past. No. So the point I am making is that perhaps we do not even have to wait to make a statement on the floor. Once there is such a danger, just report to us. I am here with you all the time. Bring it to my attention that there is this danger, and it will be resolved. So, Mr. Speaker, I am calling on my colleague to bring it up as a matter of urgency. It's unfortunate that we have lost a life, because once life is lost, you cannot bring it back. Particularly, as he said, a young boy who is like our son, and we do not know what was going to be in the future. And we should not be losing lives, on such emergency situation. So, Mr. Speaker, it's like I want to repeat, it's not a question of pleading, it's a question of bringing it up for us to resolve it. Because until it is brought up, we wouldn't know. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, incidentally, the minister himself is here. He has responded to it. I'm not going to admit any comment on it. Very well. Let me give the leadership one.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we thank our brother for bringing this to the attention of the House, and I want to commend him as a first timer using the standing order appropriately. We encourage the rest of our colleagues from both sides of the House to do that. Mr. Speaker, this is a very tragic story for a family. As he stressed, that is the only child for the family, and we've lost this child. Mr. Speaker, we also take a cue from what the minister says, that anytime we have issues, we should just forward it to them. We do, Mr. Speaker. They do take action sometimes. Last month, there was a problem at Chopoli, at the toll booth. I forwarded it, and indeed, they did something about it. Mr. Speaker, we always say the minister is probably the most diligent in terms of responding to questions in Parliament. But we are also aware that he is the minister who is less likely to get your problem solved because of money. The amount of money we vote for the road ministry is woefully inadequate. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that the commitment by the minister that the particular issue that our colleague raised will be addressed as quickly as possible. I am in full support of the minister to get that resolved, and if possible, maybe my colleague and the minister can see how they can go to the location and see how they can assure the people that that problem is going to be dealt with as soon as possible. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very well. Yes. Honorable Majority Whip.
Speaker, thankfully, as you can see, the minister and the member have already begun an engagement. And I'm confident that it will translate into something practical. It's very sad that at the point when he came on 72, and Speaker, I must commend you for the patience. because we had resolved that we were going for statement, and then all of a sudden it came out. So your patience is admirable. The Speaker, I commend you highly. It's regrettable when we mourn with the family. We encourage our colleague to be strong and also to be with the family. And also the way he used the standing, I was impressed. I mean, it's the first time, and the way he came on the floor, he used the standing order. Very impressive. But as my colleague said, the minister has shown that reputation of intervening in such emergency situations. We can recall that Delta Food Bridge. For several complaints from the residents, he came forth, came to the aid of the residents, and in few weeks, the bridge was constructed duly. So we will encourage our colleague, not only that, also extrapolate the situation. Similar places we have such concerns, as the minister intimated, we may have to reach out. And he has indicated there is an emergency department devoted to deal with such occurrences. So we may have to apprise ourselves with that. And then probably, so just probably, maybe the committee, and then I see the ranking member here, the committee should also avert its mind of such situations across the country and bring it to the attention of the Speaker. It's a regrettable situation. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, item number 6. Like I said earlier, there are two statements. I can never avoid them today. And I'll indulge you to be patient. And the first one will be read by a member for Yendi, Honorable Farouk Aliu Mahama. And the statement is on the 9th anniversary of the passing of his father, His Excellency Alhaji Aliu Mahama, the late former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable Member, you have the floor. You may read the statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity granted to make an important statement eulogizing the life of our late Vice President Alhaji Aliu Mahama, who was Vice President 2001 to 2009. Years since Alhaji Aliu Mahama passed into glory, memory keeps flooding into the thoughts of many Ghanaians and lovers, as it happened only yesterday. On the fateful Friday of the 16th November, this nation was greeted with grievous news of the sudden passing of His Excellency. It is a tormenting tragedy for the family, friends, and for the nation as a whole. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency Alhaji Aliu Mahama was a consummate illustration of growing from penury to prosperity. He began his illustrious economic journey in Yendi by attending the Dagon Primary Middle School. He subsequently attended Government Secondary School in Tamale from 1960 to 1964, where he obtained ordinary and advanced level certification. Mr. Speaker, he proceeded to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology from 1967 to 1971, where he obtained a Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering and Building Technology option. In order to sharpen and deepen his management and leadership skills, he obtained 2 certificates from Ghana Institute of Management, Public Administration in Public Planning, Management and Leadership. As a first-class civil engineer, he worked at the State Construction Company, SEC, from 1972 to 1982. In 1982, he successfully established his own civil engineering and general construction, Lidra Limited, and became the managing director. He was the chairman of the North Region Contractors Association from 1996 until 2000 elections. He contributed immensely with civil engineering expertise to major constructions in the northern half of the country, He was the Chancellor of Yendi District Council in 1978 and an assemblyman in the Tamale Municipal Assembly in 1990. He was the pioneer and chairman of the Tamale-Louisville Sister City Committee, which up to date in Tamale continues to reap benefits. Working behind the scenes, Alhaji Aliu Mama first emerged as the national political scene as a running mate to His Excellency President John Ajikun Kufuor after a hard-fought election campaign. The Aliu Mama President Kufuor ticket resuscitated the Danko Buzia Dombo tradition on the political scene of Ghana, returned the tradition back to the seat of government after 30 years of unsuccessful shots. On the 7th of January 2001, His Excellency Alhaji Aliu Mama was sworn into office as the first Muslim Northern Vice President and the first ethnic Dagomba to have risen to this height. Mr. Speaker, as Vice President of the Republic, he partnered his boss faithfully to achieve the deliverables of government's front. This period witnessed the fastest economic transformation in the history of the Fourth Republic, attaining middle-income country status by 2006, much earlier than the projected 2015. His stewardship and lead as an economic management team and government is historical recorded. Working hand in glove with President J. Kufuor, the administration oversaw the introduction of national health insurance, free maternity health care for pregnant women, under which 56% of Ghanaians subscribe, school feeding program, the LEAP, Metro Mass, among other interventions introduced as to alleviate poverty and reduce the sufferings of the people. Instilling and institutionalizing greater discipline in the Ghanaian society was his trump card and remains one of the towering legacies. For him, the major challenge Project Ghana faced that held back of progress was the sheer appetite in many Ghanaians for indiscipline. Through his office, he single-handedly began to do the right thing drive, which was a campaign for greater discipline in society. The crusade awoke the conscience of people and swelled the nation's aversion towards social delinquency. The former vice president was a known sports fanatic, besides playing a significant role in the realization of the stadium in Tamale, now named Aliu Muhammad Sports Stadium, in honor by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He was a pioneer of commercial sports in Northern Region. He was the founding member and the board chairman of Real Tamale United, which birthed, honored, and shot Abedi Pele and others into the stardom. The Ghanaian people offered me a rare opportunity to serve my country as vice president. I did same in humility with the guidance of the Almighty Allah. As I bow out, I entreat we focus on what binds us and what breaks us. Aliu Mama stated on his exit of office as Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. In the aftermath of the President Kufuor administration, he continued to serve his people and the nation fruitfully through the Aliu Mama Foundation, a social intervention which was established to alleviate plight of the people. After failing his bid to be the flag bearer of MPP in 8 elections, he did not descend into comfort zone, but joined the trenches of campaign to wrestle power from the NDC. He was a pillar of strength for his party, the New Patriotic Party, until his sudden demise in the peak of the campaign of election 2012. The legacy of Aliu Mama indeed transcends the boundaries of politics. His legacy for leadership, humanity as a whole, as a strong advocate for better standards of living for all, Aliu Mama's concerned himself as insisting for freedom from the shackles of poverty through the power of education. Alhaji Aliu Mama lived a life filled with belief and education, discipline, long life, learning, the most powerful weapon of challenging the world, in his own words, knowledge and education, remains the sole conqueror of poverty in every human setting. As we commemorate him in the 9th year of his passing away, which happens on the 16th of November, it's important we take inspiration from Aliu Mama's leadership in the continuum of fight for social and economic liberation, his love for education, discipline as a weapon of change. We should celebrate his life and achieve of this national icon of peace, harmony, respect for humanity. Indeed, our national values growing our people, delivering the Ghanaian interest, advancing the public good, constantly raising the bars of industry, respecting each other, upholding the highest level of integrity, fan expressing the legacy of the towing figure who lived in different and making difference in a man's life. His Excellency Aliu Mama may not live to be the era of J.B. Dankwa, Kwame Nkrumah, Park Grant, and others when the struggle for Ghanaian liberation from colonization was at peak. However, rising to the challenge of leadership together with the keen support of education has undoubtedly put Aliu Mama as the pedestal among a pantheon of national heroes. May the Almighty Allah continue to grace the soul of His Excellency Alhaji Aliu Mama, and may the peace be with the family, especially the wife, Hajja Ramatu Aliu Mama, and the children. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and we continue to be great men. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes. Honorable Senior, Honorable Member for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not know that my young brother would make this statement today. It's with a heavy heart that I have to contribute to this statement. I wish the Vice President, Alhaji Aliu Mama, was alive to see his son in Parliament, ably representing the ND constituency. As we have heard, he was the Vice President of Ghana for 8 years, and I served in his office. Indeed, I was seen as the Chief of Staff of his office from the year 2001 to the year 2005. The first Vice President in our tradition, first Muslim Vice President in Ghana, the first Vice President to spend 8 years in office, most excellent gentleman, very hardworking, and we remember him for introducing the famous do the right thing. Indeed, he was a stickler for discipline, and those of us who moved closely with him saw a gentleman's gentleman in Alhaji Aliu Mama. We all know, of course, that he was a keen sportsman and was fondly associated with the famous RTU. But not only that, he was also a key fundraiser for the Black Stars national soccer team. All the encounters, from the Cup of Nations to the World Cup, and even to other teams. I would say that he was my boss, but a friend, and I was a younger brother to him. Indeed, when I even left the office, and when we left government, we were still very close, and we shared many things together. I think that he contributed so much in making President John Ejekun Kufuor's government very successful. He showed how a vice president could work with a president as a forceful team to secure a very good, accountable government for the nation, either in health, education, employment, infrastructure, everything that we can think of. It's fitting that the Tamale Stadium has been named after him, but a lot more could be done. People probably overlook the fact that he was a major contractor in Ghana, having initially worked with SEC. He formed LIDRA, and it was a household name across the country. Most importantly because of his generosity and his hard work. We sadly lost such a gem, and it's fitting that even after all these years, we still remember his good works and his affable nature. We thank God for his life and how he became a role model for a lot of people. It is assuring that his son is here, and even though this is a tribute to him, the advice is that he also grew up to be like the famous father that Alhaji Ali was. And I know him very well. He's a young man who has now become a big man. He should keep flying the good name of his father, and those who have benefited from his tutelage would always remember that he was a great man, a private business person who entered into politics, paid his dues, and now he is an example for others to follow. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Member for Northton.
I'm most grateful, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this solemn statement, which is actually a well-deserved eulogy for our former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Aliu Muhammad, a stalwart of the New Patriotic Party, a distinguished statesman, a civil engineer par excellence, and a good father whose son today benefits from the good works of his father. The lesson of what has transpired here today is that the legacy of great men will always follow them. And it is because Alhaji Aliu Muhammad was a very good man and distinguished himself in public office. 9 years after his death, when his beloved son decided to go into public office, to go into national politics, that paved the way for his son, who has today delivered a brilliant eulogy in honor of the memory of his father. It should be a good lesson to all of us that when we do good, when we distinguish ourselves in public office, when we work hard and we deliver on the mandate of the people, we may not be around, but that legacy will pave the way for our children and for many others who come after us. That lesson cannot be avoided. And it is that lesson, I believe, that creates opportunities for many more to continue with good work and good conduct. As has been said, Mr. Speaker, Alhaji Aliu Muhammad was a trailblazer. It is to his credit that that first Northern Southern partnership, which worked so well with President Kufuor and Vice President Aliu Muhammad. Before this partnership, we had been used to the South-South, if you refer to the Fourth Republic more specifically. It had been either President Rawlings and Vice President Akkar, President Rawlings, Vice President Mills. This was the first time in the Fourth Republic we were seeing a Southern-Northern ticket a Christian-Muslim partnership. And the partnership worked so well. So it is to the credit of Vice President Aliu Mahama for that solid partnership and support he gave to President Kufuor that you have seen that since then, consistently, it has become more or less the template. So we have seen President Mills, Vice President Mahama. We have seen President Akufo-Addo, Vice President Aliu Mahama. It is to the credit. Vice President Mahmoud Baumia, pardon me. So it is to the credit of Vice President Aliu Mahama that that template now has evolved and has become very, very acceptable. Like many others, I remember him for the campaign against indiscipline. He was passionate about the need for our society to take discipline serious. Discipline that reflects in punctuality, that reflects in respect for elders, that reflects in making sure that we abide by rules. If we are to return to that discipline campaign with the Vice President wage, it will help us to address a lot of the ills in our society today. The indiscipline on our roads, leading to many accidents, many deaths. That remains a #1 killer. This year, road accidents have killed more people than COVID-19 has killed people. And it is largely because of indiscipline on our roads, which the MTTU will tell you. So that is a very important contribution which the Vice President made. And as we eulogize him today to commemorate 9 years of his passing, we must ask ourselves how well have we as a society responded to his call for us to be more disciplined and to ensure that we do what is right, abide by rules, follow procedures in all aspects, all facets of our life. That really will move this country forward and will help eliminate a lot of the challenges that we face. It must also be said, Mr. Speaker, that this is a public officer who left office and not once was there any adverse finding made against him. No allegation of corruption. He left office squeaky clean, not a whimper, not an iota of any reservation or misconduct. He left office with his head high, covered in glory. That is the man we eulogize today. And as young politicians, there's a lot we can learn from this man. I have also listened to a lot of people who have worked with him closely, including former Finance Minister, Uncle Kwame Pepra, who often will say that when His Excellency Alhaji Aliu Mahama was chairman of the Northern Region Contractors Association, he was so affable, he was so committed to his work, and he will join government to admonish his colleagues to do quality work and not to engage in any shoddy contracting. That is the man we eulogize. And former Finance Minister, Honorable Kwame Pepra, always makes this point. And he says that at the time, he even had no inkling that Alhaji Aliu Mahama will be going into national politics. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a man who, right from private life, how he conducted himself as a civil engineer, as a contractor, he excelled. And I do know that his works speak for itself. So, Mr. Speaker, I salute our colleague, the son of Alhaji Aliu Mahama, who is making his father very, very proud. I know he will be smiling up in the heavens, very proud of what his son has achieved and how he's following the legacy. He has very big shoes to occupy. And I want to congratulate him for this statement. We remember a great man, and I don't know what it is with the month of November. We seem to lose a lot of great statesmen, including our own former president, His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings, whose commemoration is also tomorrow. And like Farouk's story, our dear sister, the Honorable Zanetto Rawlings, is also benefiting from his father's good works, her father's good works, and is also making the former president very, very proud. So, interesting parallels, very significant developments which should guide all of us to do good, to do great works, to leave a strong legacy that our children will be proud of and will benefit from. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your generosity in allowing me to contribute to this statement. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Honorable Buyapa, I'll come to you. Let me listen to the Minister for Sports first, then I'll come to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also make a small contribution on this statement, eulogizing an outstanding statesman in our country. Mr. Speaker, the first time I had the opportunity of meeting our late Vice President was when I was in the teacher training college, Bagabaga Teacher Training College, as a student. Alhaji Aliu Mahama then was an outstanding businessman, and in terms of construction, everybody knows Lidra Construction Limited. And because of that, we invited him to one of our programs, Northern Students Union, and I was a key member of that student union. The advice Alhaji Aliu Mahama gave us that day, and the mentoring and the message he delivered to the youth today has brought us, most of us from that student union in the Northern Batco, to be various leaders in our own field. Mr. Speaker, when I also returned, when I traveled outside the country to study in the UK, anytime Alhaji Aliu Mahama comes to UK, I'll have opportunity of meeting him. And the advice and the support he personally gave me in my education, throughout my education, is something that I can't pay back. I can only say, may Allah bless his soul. Mr. Speaker, when I returned in 2010 to start my political journey as a member of parliament, the first person I went to was the late Alhaji Aliu Mahama. And he mentored me and mentored other colleagues, young northern politicians like Idris Musa Superior, Dominic Nitiwul, even Idris Haruna and Co. All were looking up to Alhaji Aliu Mahama. So he wasn't just a politician, but he was a father to all of us across the political divide. And today, it is only proper that, Mr. Speaker, I also take this opportunity to eulogize an outstanding northern politician that we are all looking up to. And we pray that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless him wherever he is. And we know that he's in Jannatul Firdaus. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Kaikwe North.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to eulogize my daddy. And the Vice President then was my father's friend. I did not even know his name then. We all called him Daddy Lidra. Daddy Lidra because that was his company's name. And each time we go to Upper East, we always hang around the station because he was then constructing the new station in Bolgatanga. We knew what time he would come there to inspect the work. So we'll hang around and wait The moment we see his car, we rush there to take money from him. He was a father for many. And so it is proper for me to eulogize my daddy this afternoon and say, may his soul rest in perfect peace. He was noted for discipline and sanitation campaign. And some of us have learned so much from him that no matter where you stand, you must learn to respect the elderly. No matter your political colors, you must learn to respect, give respect where it is due. These are things that I have personally learned from the late Vice President. And I add that may his soul continue to find rest in God.
Yes, now let me come to Honorable Senior Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the eulogy to commemorate the 9th year of the passing of a great statesman of our country. Honorable Speaker, I'd have been saddened if I had lost the opportunity to make these brief remarks. First of all, those of us who saw him from a distance. One of the things that you will never take from him is his aura. A good-looking man, and he has this infectious smile. Every time you met him, he will give a broad smile. And it is always the case that is a reflection of his heart condition. It is not easy to shoulder the responsibility of government. And if you are not careful, then you'll be frowning all the time because the weight of government is a lot. But here is a world-class gentleman who always had a good demeanor and who always show that you can bear burdens without frowning and showing an ugly face. I am also aware of one fact that is stated here, and I want to quote it because it matters to me in terms of development. Mr. Speaker, Alhaji Alu Muhammad was a consummate illustration of growing from penury to prosperity. I find this statement very exciting, that no matter your circumstances, and I want to stress it, insofar as you have a passion to break free from the fetters of poverty, you can aspire to the highest with the help of the Almighty God. This is, for me, the best part of the statement. And therefore, people should not have this alibi that is because of this, that I'm where I am, is because of poverty, that's where I am. But the real heroes are not the ones who have everything set for them. You come in from a class or a family of lawyers, I don't think you are a hero. But when you are at the bottom of the rank, poverty is staring at you in the face, where even you might not have a decent meal on your table, and you can only have chicken when it's Christmas, and you'll be lucky to have the wing of the chicken. And you go through the struggles of poverty and ascend the highest, the second most powerful position of the land, is a good example for all of us to emulate. Guess what? By the spirit of the Constitution, most of the vice presidents have been presidents. Let me quote. Even today, whilst you were trying to give us the president message, we lose sight of this. With your current permission, let me quote the Constitution. Article 68, where the president is absent from Ghana or is for any other reason unable to perform the functions of his office, the vice president shall perform the functions of the president until the president returns. and is able to perform its functions. To all intents and purposes, a vice president must have the heart of a president to step into his shoes and do what is important until he's able to continue with his assignment. Honorable Speaker, I was also elated when I read that he witnessed and in a large measure shepherded one of the best economists we had. Honorable Speaker, at page 2 of this eulogy, if you permit me, I'd like to read. The head note is governance. This period witnessed the fastest economic transformation in the history of the Fourth Republic, attaining middle-income country status by 2006, much earlier than the projected year 2015. His stewardship as a lead member of the economic management team and governance is historically recorded. Honorable Speaker, it tells you that sometimes when you have the right man in the saddle, you will secure good results. Guess what? It was President Kufuor who, pushed the frontiers of this nation to the point of finding oil. And then he never got into the production of oil, but he created the enabling environment. And then the oil was found. And then power slipped through the fingers of the New Patriotic Party. And then the harvest was for NDC. So NDC started enjoying the largesse of the good works like our good man, Reverend Vice President Ali Muhammad. I'm glad he was in charge of the economic management team. Honorable Speaker, I never knew he was a sports person. But if you pay regard to what is stated here, he was a man who promoted sports in a very, very, very serious way. I'm happy to hear there was a founding member and board chairman of Tamale United, which bred and owned Abedi Pele and the rest of them. I don't know the status of RTU. Are they still here? Oh, they are back. Yes, please don't disappoint the great Vice President because he was part of the beginnings of that club. Honorable Speaker, before I sit down, if you pay regard to the good book, the Bible, and in Genesis, God says something which I believe the Vice President, His Excellency Ali Muhammad, who is departed into greater glory, has achieved. In Genesis, God said, let everything produce after its kind. And that is a very serious statement. Let everything produce after its kind. And guess what has happened? Equally decent man, and he's come into this house. That should tell you that the DNA of Alhaji Ali Muhammad is very, very powerful. He's produced after his kind. And therefore, the maker of the statement has a huge responsibility on your shoulders. Now, you will not lower the standards, but you raise it to the glory of the Almighty and also to the glory of your Father. Honorable Speaker, I am very, very thankful to you that, irrespective of the fact that, the House is, a bit fatigued, and we are trying to come to the close of today's session, you found it in your heart to give me some space to say a few words in honor and in memory of a former Vice President. I'm grateful for your kind indulgence. May his soul rest in peace.
Very well. So I come to leadership.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Hold on. Leadership. 1-1.
Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to a statement made by Farouk, a young man I met in London a few years ago, and I didn't even know he was also political. Mr. Speaker, a lot of earlier statements made by colleagues why we should eulogize this gentleman. As a young man, I had always wanted to be an architect, but there was nobody in my family or anybody related to me that was an architect. So the closest I had was to be closer to relatives who were contractors. And I remember visiting a site, and then we were told the contractor was Lydra. I've never met the Lydra person, but all we were told was that his quality of work was very good. So I'm not surprised that this comments ran through from everybody. Mr. Speaker, he was a civil engineer who decided to be a contractor and did his work excellently. I am told, though he belonged to the Dankwa Buzia Dombo tradition, he reached out to everybody. He wasn't selective at all. That is why you could say people in NBC almost say the same thing about him as NPP people will say. Mr. Speaker, the little I would add is to thank God for making him share part of his life with us before he left. And the most important thing for me is his determination to instill discipline in us. He wouldn't tolerate lateness, and he wouldn't tolerate disobedience. Mr. Speaker, I will just encourage my junior brother that you should be the contact point of your father in this house to join the crusade, to encourage members to be punctual, starting from yourself as well, so that we can make this country a better place. Mr. Speaker, I feel in my personal life that if you cannot be disciplined with time, you cannot be disciplined with anything. We accuse government of not completing projects on time, but we can't even sew kaba and sleep for our wives on time. People who can't come to work on time shout on radio, why is the government saying that they will do this in 12 months and they are doing it for 4 years? Discipline starts with us, and discipline in this country must start in this house. It is for this reason I believe His Excellency Aliu Mahama belongs to a class of professionals and politicians that we can emulate. And we pray to Allah to give him a resting place, and may his good deeds never depart our minds so that we can emulate him. And I once again wish my brother and the family a good time to reflect. Lost a father, a husband and everything, but you can take consolation in the fact that he lived a good life, and his good deeds shall follow you as you pursue your career as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Well, leadership, majority leadership.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the maker of the statement, the Member of Parliament, for Yendi, eulogizing our former Vice President, Alhaji Aliu Mahama. I have been a student of the late Vice President, studied in politics. The time he was nominated as a running mate, I was always part of his entourage. I was always part of his convoy. And I was among the young men that the late Vice President Alhaji Aliu Mahama mentored and trained. Every now and then, not only the fact that he was the first Muslim Vice President, but he has been the only Vice President from '92 who has been Vice President for 8 consecutive years uninterrupted. This, for someone to achieve, means he was a person who was disciplined, he was a person who was very focused, and he was a person who was actually working for Mother Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement have actually made some of us proud for the fact that he has been, or he's alive today, and a member of parliament for the good people of Yendi, eulogizing his father in parliament, representing the good people of Yendi. His father, who hailed from Yendi, have worked for the people of Yendi and have actually tried to make sure that Yendi develops. In the just ended election, 2020 election, his son actually made a statement to the 5 northern region. He was the one who had the highest votes in the 5 northern region, not only in numbers, but he was also the one who had the highest in terms of percentage in the 5 northern region. This is an indication that his father will be smiling. I am very positive that he is in heaven and he will be smiling and be so proud that today his son is able and is trying to be able to occupy his shoes. One time, Mr. Speaker, I remember I got very angry after following the vice president from Tamale to Navrongo for a program. And then when I got angry, and then he called me and he said, Habib, go and look at yourself in the mirror. When you are angry and you frown your face and you look in the mirror, you better let it go because you'll be looking very ugly. This was a man who will actually call us and interact with us, even as vice president. As young as I was, he could call me more than 2 hours on the phone, uninterrupted, discussing, talking about issues. I, myself and Farouk have known each other, not today. And his father took me as part of the family and adopted me and told me I should be able to go into politics and encouraged me to join the Northern Regional Communication Team. Okay. It's rather unfortunate that today he is not alive to have seen that his advice to me and the way he mentored me. I have been successful, I have been a member of parliament, and I'm also a deputy majority chief whip. He would have been happy to know that his small boy who used to follow him around is trying to occupy some shoes. Mr. Speaker, the people of Northern Region are very happy and grateful, and especially the Gombes, that the late Vice President Alhaji Aliu Mahama lived his life, very honest man. He was very faithful to people and his religion. And I am very happy that the good people of Yendi have confidence in his son. They have a symbol in him. The only thing Farouk cannot do that his father did was that his father was a footballer and could play football, but Farouk cannot play any soccer. But he can do other things. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I will end and say that may the good Lord and the Almighty God, wherever our Father is, any single blessing in this world should reach him wherever he is. And we, the young ones, are very grateful for the way he has mentored us. And I wish him well in heaven. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. I think we have other than that, we have another one, another tribute.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, if you grant me a little space.
Very well. Conclude,
yes,
but be snappy, respectfully.
My good friend Farouk hinted me of this statement, and I had the privilege of reading the content of what he read in this chamber, and I felt I should add my voice, however superfluous it may be. Mr. Speaker, Macbeth said of Duncan, quote, that besides, this Duncan has borne his faculty so meek, has been so clear in his great office, and his virtues will plead like angels, trumpet-tongued against the deep damnation of his taking off, and pity like a naked newborn baby. Mr. Speaker, unquote. Everything that has been said so far about the former vice president
presents him as a very calm person, an affable person, the one who unified the North-South Christian-Muslim divide. Sometimes in this, our politics is not all about the projects and the policies. People would want to ask whether somebody of my stock can be found in there. I've had the privilege of traveling within the sub-region, and some of the political tensions is as a result of the fact that people think that they have not been included, the lack of inclusion. Nobody in this country can ever understate the effect of a Muslim vice president on the politics of this country at the time the former vice president was in office. It was perhaps, like Honorable Ablakwa said, prior to that, under the Fourth Republican dispensation, we had a South-South. But for the first time, a Muslim became a vice president. Muslims could look up to him. His mere presence there, if for nothing at all, was an inspiration to the many Muslims in the country that they could even rise to the highest office. An affable character, easy of address, and I was not close to him, but I observed him from afar. On a few occasions that he came to Winneba and we had the privilege of interacting with him, you could really see that this man is a man of many positive parts, and we need him in our politics. For us as young men and women in politics, let's note this. We have no other country apart from this country. Extremities and extremism must not be part of our advocacy. The least we can do to honor Aliyu Mahama is to come to the center, be moderate, and consider the future of the unborn and the little ones. Sometimes when people go to the radio and are on television, they think that by shouting, by screaming, by calling people the unprintable names are the ways to win favor for their party. But really, I dare say that it is not the case. Aliyu became a running mate not because he could demonstrate that as a Muslim he could shout and intimidate and do this and that. His gentle approach earned him that office. As a vice president, he again proved to Ghanaians that yes, I am a man of virtue, I am a Muslim, I am a Ghanaian, and see me and see my religion, what my religion represents. So, Mr. Speaker, our brother Farouk has today proposed a toast for moderation, a toast for good governance, a toast for prosperity through mutual respect. It will not be too wrong to reach out across the aisle and extend a favor and share ideas. That is the way to go. And is that lived it? And that is why many people respected him. And in fact, politically we may disagree, but if you look at Vice President Muhammadu Bawumia, you can see perhaps an Aliyu reincarnation. Perhaps you can see an Aliyu Mahama reincarnation. Another calm character, easy of address, a determined soul,
ready to serve his country. So, Mr. Speaker, whether Christian or Muslim, we are all one. We serve the same God. We serve the same Allah. I will therefore conclude by reminding myself of that great saying that rising to eminence by merit, Mr. Speaker, we live respected and die regretted. And guided by, Mr. Speaker, the words of St. Francis of Assisi, I say that may we remain faithful to our God and bring unity where there is discord, and be an instrument of peace for Mother Ghana. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. You take the second statement, which is in the form of a tribute by Honorable Member for Achuma Kwangoma, who happens to be the Deputy Minister for Defense. And the tribute is to the memory of Honorable Dr. Matthew Kwaku, who happens to be a member of this parliament for the same constituency. He was the former Deputy Minister for Agric and former Deputy Minister for Science and Environment. I understand he is going to be buried on Saturday, and therefore it's befitting that we allow the honorable member to give a tribute to his predecessor. Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute in memory of the late Dr. Matthew Kwaku Entry, a three-term member of Parliament, represented the good people of Achuma Kwangoma constituency. He was a former Deputy Minister for Agriculture and again a former Deputy Minister for Science and Environment. Dr. Matthew Kwaku Entry goes home to join his ancestors on Saturday, November 13, 2021. Mr. Speaker, permit me to begin my tribute by quoting the words of Nelson Mandela, and here I quote, "Death is something inevitable. When a man has done what he considers to be his duty to his people and his country, he can rest in peace." Mr. Speaker, Dr. Matthew Entry, I believe, is resting peacefully in the bosom of the Lord, because he served the good people of Achuma Kwangoma constituency very well, and he also served his country very well. The late Dr. Matthew Kwaku Entry was born in 1941. He had his primary education at Kokobin Methodist Primary, and later on at the Treboom Roman Catholic Primary School, all in the Achuma Kwangoma district. As brilliant as he was, he gained admission into Opokuwari Secondary School after writing and passing the Common Entrance Examination in Form 2. The late member completed both his ordinary and advanced level courses at Opokuwari School with student number Y22. The late honorable member studied agricultural science at the University of Ghana, Legon. After his first degree, Dr. Matthew Entry was employed as a research assistant at the Achimota Animal Research Institute. By dint of hard work, he was offered 2 scholarships, a government and a British Council scholarship, to pursue his master's degree in animal husbandry at the Queensland University in Australia. He excelled in his first year of the master's program and was allowed to pursue a doctorate degree in the same field of study. In 1970, and at the age of 29, the honorable member obtained a PhD. After obtaining his PhD, Doc, as he was affectionately called, joined his colleagues at the Achimota Animal Research Institute, where he rose through the ranks to become a senior research officer. As a senior research officer, the late honorable member lectured at the Faculty of Agriculture and Renewable Natural Resources at the University of Science and Technology, now Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Dr. Entry had an appointment as a lecturer at the University of Sokoto in Nigeria, where he taught for 7 years before returning home to Ghana. Honorable Dr. Matthew Kwaku Entry, a staunch member of the New Patriotic Party, in his quest to serve his community politically, got nominated and contested on the ticket of the NPP to represent the good people of Achuma-Kwangoma constituency as their Member of Parliament in the 1996 elections. He won the elections to represent the Achuma-Kwangoma constituency in Parliament with a landslide margin. By dint of hard work, the honorable member represented the good people of Achuma-Kwangoma constituency in Parliament for 3 consecutive terms. During his second term as a Member of Parliament, and under the presidency of His Excellency John Ejekum Kufuor, the honorable member was appointed the Deputy Minister for Agriculture, and then later on as Deputy Minister for Science and Environment. As a humble and hard-working Member of Parliament, Honorable Dr. Matthew Entry served his constituents with dignity and respect. He was a father of hope, an inspirational figure, very patient, and above all, very caring and loving. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Matthew Kwaku Entry was indeed a perfect gentleman who found pleasures in the forward march of the Achuma-Kwangoma constituency and in the service of humanity in general. Mr. Speaker, Ghana indeed has lost a hard-working servant. Parliament has lost a former colleague, and Achuma-Kwangoma has lost an industrial son. As I pay this tribute in memory of the first NPP Member of Parliament under the 4th Republican Constitution, I extend on my own behalf and on behalf of Achuma-Kwangoma constituency our deepest condolences to the bereaved family, especially the nuclear family, and wish them well. May the gentle soul of Dr. Matthew Kwaku Entry and the souls of all faithful departed rest in the bosom of our Maker. Mr. Speaker, I am sincerely grateful for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me invite Honorable Member von Sheyeso to... Yes, Honorable Member von Sheyeso. Asqua. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to associate myself with the maker of the statement, who happens to be the Member of Parliament for that particular constituency where our late brother was a Member of Parliament for 3 terms. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Matthew Entry was a principled man, a fine gentleman, who has a very quiet demeanor and respected human beings. If I say he respected human beings, he also respected the people in his constituency, and that was one of the reasons, the qualities that earned him 3 terms in Parliament. He was a man who actually believed that science and technology is one of the way of life that can propel our development as a nation. And therefore, it was no wonder that the president of Ghana, the then president of Ghana, who appointed him as a deputy minister for science and technology, didn't find suitable for that job by Dr. Matthew Entry of blessed memory. Mr. Speaker, It is very important that at this point in time, as we eulogize our senior brother who served the country very well, we want to acknowledge that he was a true academician. Listening to the current the statement made by our late brother, he taught outside Ghana for a while and came back to Ghana to come and contribute towards the education of our people in the country. He made sure that whatever he has learned through the scholarship that was awarded him to study outside the country, he made sure that he gave it back to the people by ensuring that he goes back to teach. And it is one of the things that we should never lose sight of, that as a country, whatever we benefit from, it is important that we give it back to the people that to the future people that we serve. He was a true patriot and offered his best for our party. One of the values that this honorable member had was to ensure that the party that he said is a party that can live up to its objective and ensure that we will be able to deliver whatever we promise our constituents. It is therefore not surprising that in the Fourth Republic, he actually was the first member of parliament who stood for the party and to ensure that the party's objective is well carried out when he was given the position of the Minister for Agriculture and then the Deputy Minister for Agriculture and then the Deputy Minister for Environment and Science. As we eulogize him today, farewell, as he joined our ancestors, and we pray that his family and the children that he's left behind will emulate his example and live to be worthy citizens of Ghana. We thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to associate myself to the maker of the statement. I have lived my life with three principles, and these are principles I learned from the late Honorable Dr. Matthew Kweku Entry: the principles of love, the principles of care, and the principles of humility. I had an opportunity to meet him personally as a son, and these were what I learned from him. Today I stand here as a member of parliament to not only celebrate a father, but to cry my heart out because Mother Ghana has lost a great tree, which will be very difficult to plant again. He has contributed his quota to Mother Ghana, and he has served this very country with the best of his life. I plead and I urge all of us that we emulate his steps so that tomorrow, when we are gone, we shall also be celebrated as he has been celebrated this very day. I wish his family, I wish Mother Ghana, I wish all of us that God himself will place the tree we have lost. Thank you very much.
Yes, honorable member for Subin.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. I wish to state for the record that the late Honorable Dr. Matthew Kweku Entry is my paternal uncle. So I speak with a very heavy heart. From the humble beginnings, from Achumate Chibon, Obeng in the Ashanti region, Dr. Entry entered one of arguably Ghana's best Catholic boys' schools, Opukua Secondary School, with St. Augustine's in tow, my father's alma mater. Dr. Entry became one of the best students of his generation, entered the University of Ghana in the 1960s, and was blessed enough to obtain government scholarship to go and study for his postgraduate studies at Queensland University in Australia. I think in the first 8 months or so of the postgraduate course, his lecturers and tutors at the time agreed that he was fit to move on to the postgraduate program. That's where he obtained his PhD. So at the age of 29 in 1970, I believe he was one of the most youngest PhD holders in our country. Came back and served at the University of Ghana Animal Research Institute, where he worked for many decades before coming to this house in 1997 as a Member of Parliament for Achuma Kwanuma constituency. He served three terms, and President Kufuor in the year 2001 nominated him as one of the deputy ministers in his first term, and he was a deputy minister for agriculture. At that time, he was a deputy to, I think, Honorable Major Washiga.
Honorable Member, may you speak up a bit?
And then in the second term of His Excellency J. Kufuor in the year 2005, he was reappointed, this time to go to the Ministry of Science and Environment. He retired from active politics in the year 2008 and has been resting since. Dr. Entry is known for his calm demeanor, very cool and collected gentleman, a gentleman par excellence, I would say. And Mr. Speaker, I use this occasion on behalf of the family to say Dr. Entry was indeed an illustrious son of our country. He did his best as a teacher, first of all, on the campus of the University of Ghana, and secondly, as a politician. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for this opportunity to eulogize my paternal uncle, and I'm most grateful for your kind indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you. Leadership? Is it okay? Anti-comfort? Okay, let him give our father, the senior.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity once again to say a few words in honor of the late Honorable Dr. Matthew Kwekwenchi, the former Member of Parliament for Achuma Kwanuma constituency, who also had the privilege of serving this nation as a Deputy Minister Agric, subsequently Science and Environment. Honorable Speaker, it is said that we are supposed to enjoy 2 scores and 10, according to the great book. And then if the grace of God is so upon you and you will see that, then you are truly blessed. Because as I can read from an obituary I saw, he was even 83 years old, was he? Honorable Speaker, that is a bonus. It means that God so blessed the legislator, the ex-legislator, that he saw his children and his children's children. And I think that is evidence of a blessed man. Honorable Speaker, one of the things I've just seen, which is an amazement to me, is the intellectual capacity of this ex-MP. Amazing. Less than 30 years of age, he became a PhD. That is extremely excellent and worthy of mention, that he was so gifted intellectually.
And then it was in the area of agric or agric-related or science-related. But as to his somersault in coming to read law to boot, for me, is one of the most exciting things that I can never, stop talking about. When a man of science has the dexterity to switch on to one of the areas of the liberal arts and end up as a lawyer, then indeed, his brain power is unusual. Honorable Speaker, I am also excited that at that time, the attrition rate was not as serious as we have now. That the part of our great party will give and also support a good material with the greatest of respect. The latitude to serve the House for 3 terms. I think that is one of the things that is so important. We should try and help secure. Because half the time, a man is barely sitting down and is unseated. When it so happens, first of all, you lose the chain of knowledge that you have to acquire. And it's always the case. You need to sit here and acquire the knowledge and even the gravitas and to contribute to your party. But here is a situation that I think not too long ago, he had a benefit of serving for 3 terms. And that is why he is now counting, and is a very, 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 very important personality we cannot ignore. Honorable Speaker, I never met this great man, but the record is showing that if you could partner with the great President, His Excellency John Ajukwu Kufuor, then you might be counted as a very, very prominent individual. He was part of the kind of strong team that President Kufuor worked with. I wouldn't want to say more than this, but we have lost a very, very powerful ex-legislator. We've also lost somebody whose intellectual powers, I see, are unusual. From where he studied and later became a lawyer, we can only say that he was a star and a gift from the Almighty. So, Honorable Speaker, may his soul and the soul of all departed ones rest in peace. And I don't know whether, as we are talking now, his children are alive and the extended family. My sympathies are with them, and I pray that they will emulate a good example of this hero who came from their backyard. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, once again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. May I indulge you to rise for 1 minute of a minute of silence on his memory. May the soul of Honorable Dr. Matthew Kweku Entry rest in perfect peace. Amen. Thank you very much. Yes, Majority Whip. Any indication?
Yes, certainly. Speaker, shall we take item 8, presentation of papers, and I seek your leave for my good friend, the Minister for Youth and Sports, to do the laying. We are laying item 8A, Roman numeral I, and IV. Thank you, Speaker.
Very well. So, at the commencement of public business, we turn to page number 4, presentation of papers. Honorable Minister for Sports, standing in for Honorable Minister for Finance.
Request for waiver of import duty, import VAT,
import NHIL, import get fund levy, export levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, special import duty, and domestic VAT amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 34,975,913 euros on materials, equipment, and machinery required for the establishment of 12 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training centers, phase 2.
Honorable members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. 8AII.
Just, if you indulge me, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking that if you look at the rendition, the trust of it is on state-of-the-art technical and vocational training center. I don't know if we could just involve the leadership of the Education Committee, Speaker. Or since it's a waiver, we specifically...
So we move to 8AII.
Request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, import NHIL, import get fund levy, EXIM levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, special import levy, and domestic VAT amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 7,689,541 euros and 56 cents, made up of up to 7,227,482 on imports and 462,059.56 cents on local purchases on materials and equipment required for the Wentry water supply project by Messiers Aspac International SPRL Company Limited, Belgium.
Honorable members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. 8AIII.
Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and HSBC Bank PLC as mandated lead arranger, facility agent, and original lender for an amount of 120,137,300 euros, including export credit guarantee support from Compañía Española de Seguros a las Exportaciones de Seguros Reseguros to partly finance the contract value for the design and construction of the Peguase Manfi-Koforidua Scenic Route project.
Honorable members, the agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee of Finance for consideration and report. 8AIV.
Tiered Commercial Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and HSBC Bank PLC as mandated lead arranger and agent and other finance as original lenders for an amount of 45 million euros to finance the design and construction of the Peguase Manfi and Koforidua Scenic Route project.
Honorable members, the agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Leader, are you taking AB?
Speaker, no. We should have ordinarily take item number 10, which is a motion, but I've conferred with my colleagues on the other side, and we've decided to step it down for now and probably take it tomorrow, the advertised motion, because none of them is here. And Speaker, it's a very important motion, a sub-regional body, and so we want them to be here tomorrow, that we can take this motion. So Speaker, under the circumstance, I think we've had enough for the day. I commend my colleagues for their cooperation. Speaker, your good self, you sat for a long period, and I think we can now adjourn to tomorrow.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the day, but to support my colleague Chief Whip, I'm pleading with the ministers. They should come when they have business to transact. And I'll plead with the Chief Whip to be sending them other paper in their offices so that they will know that they have business in the house to transact. Because he's struggling to get people to do government business with him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we are in your hands.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all of you who are here up to this time. It appears we've exhausted our energy today. So it's gone past 2. I will therefore go ahead to adjourn the House to tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.